But I think in the current situation, the Commission has scrutinized that and assesses very well as to what is actually taking place. I like to proceed on to the inmate court, Toriso.
Toriso is inmate, the one who accepted that he is a prison gang member, you recall? No. You know, I get Toriso. I think the ring is Toriso. No, you are right. This one is the one you want to talk about is Toriso. You are right about the name. Yeah, I was simply saying to the Commission, I think the ring is Toriso, not Toriso. You can proceed.
This witness said that the recruits disguised and acted as though they were not assaulting them when he arrived. But on the other hand, he says that the recruits continue to assault them. And his testimony is contradictory.
Until that person
usually, when someone disguises, they wait for that person to pass, and then after that, they'll continue whatever they were doing.
I can't, but wasn't this gentleman saying that when you arrived, there were still cries there because those officers who delayed seeing you continued assaulting us? I think that's what he said at the time that Mr. Manako was cross-examining. Look, what I mean is that there are officers who did not see you immediately. Those continued assaulting us, hence there were still cries there. Don't you recall him saying that?
That is what he said, but he also said even after they had seen you, they continued assaulting us. This is why I'm saying that his testimony is contradictory. It also contradicts with that of Chief Officer Ratele.
Officer Mutabi, Leba Officer Horola, Leba Officer Mohale, Leba Officer Mafenukwane, Leba Officer Salili, Leba footage Mutumpe.
And the footage as well, Chair. I'd like to endorse the testimony of Mr. McIntyre.
Officer McIntyre
he intimates that the inmates were assaulted in our presence. And in his own words, he says that his seniors were watching. He contradicts the footage with the footage which shows me passing.
It's either
because normally when someone is watching, it's either they wait or they sit down. And what I'm seeing, I appear to be only passing through. I did not wait. I must agree that this witness was not implicated. Therefore, he'll be regarded as someone who's very vital, who was only going to testify to the truth. But I dispute or I do not agree with all that. What I'm saying is that he was here only because he was pushing his own agenda.
Ke ka hona ebile yena a re ke ne re shebeletse.
This is why he even went as far as saying that we were watching.
But let me understand here. If he is not implicated, even if there may be discrepancy in his testimony, aren't we supposed to attach some weight to his testimony, particularly when it hasn't been demonstrated by way of evidence that this particular witness has agenda to implicate us falsely? Are we not supposed to attach some evidence, some weight to his testimony? Not that we have to accept it as it is, but we still have to analyze it, because even a witness who doesn't have malice, who comes to testify objectively, not to implicate people, may make mistakes and errors. It's like that. You are testifying here, you may make mistakes. Actually, you made one in your testimony. There is one recruit who established was here, but in your testimony you said that he was not here during the search. I can't immediately say that, oh, Mr. Mathaba came here to lie to us. You understand? That's what I'm saying. There may be reasons for one. Either one has forgotten how the situation evolved, either because of commotion. It's many factors. So you may not discard a witness testimony simply because on one aspect he was not factually correct. You understand? So the question is, bearing in mind that this was somebody who was not implicated, but who himself is saying, look, I did it with these other recruits, shouldn't we attach some weight to his testimony compared to that of his colleagues, particularly when you haven't demonstrated this malice by way of evidence that, look, he had a motive to falsely implicate us because of A, B, C, D, E.
Ho ka touchwa more weight, especially how ho failure ho bontsha the objectives tsa hae.
That is true, Chair. More weight can be attached to his testimony, especially if we are not able to,
Ho bontsha hona the objectives tsa hae tsa ho
or
tla.
more especially if we're not able to show what his objectives were or are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Have you demonstrated that he had malice, and what did you say? Remind the commission. Were you able to at least demonstrate that, look, this man, it is for this particular reasons that he is falsely implicating us?
Ke hona le ke kena tabeng tse bohlompe.
I was about to address that, Chair.
But because now you are addressing, you are no longer testifying by evidence. Have you, or you are going to analyze evidence? Okay.
That is so, Chair.
Please do.
O bontshitse e le morena ya hodisitsweng hantle a rutuwe ho bua nnete.
He indicated that he was an officer who was raised well, who tells the truth.
Empa o feitse mohlompe ho hanana le ho phato wa hae ka di 27 ha ke ba bitsitse CSTS. Ha bo phato wa hae ba re ba shapile ba tshwaruwa bana ho setjho.
People repeat that.
O feitse ho hanana ka ho fana ka nnete ka di 27 hora bo phato wa khotsa hae ha di bile ka di re ba tshwaruwa ba shapuwa ho bana ho setjho.
But he failed to disagree with his colleagues when I'd called them at CSTS, when they said that they had assaulted the inmates because they were resisting the arrest. The search. The search.
Always ho feitse ho bontsha komisi e ne le internal ya lekala. Ha di khodiki tsa hae di se di hana ho di shapile ba tshwaruwa. hore a ye ho tsona ho commission hore a ba hlomphe ehlile re shapile ba tshwaro.
He also failed to tell the internal commission when his colleagues refused that they assaulted the inmates that no, in actual fact, we did assault the inmates.
But there are those officers who are not called before the commission. Didn't he say he was not called before the commission?
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
And
That is true.
how would he have known evidence that was tendered before the commission such that he could have volunteered to go before the commission and tell them that, look, I know that my colleagues came here, they lied to you. How would he have known if he was not, firstly, he was not called, the report of the commission was not availed to him?
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi. Empa bona mono CSTS.
That is true, Chair.
Ba ne se ba tseba bona ba se ba bua ka defense ya bona seleng.
They knew at CSTS as to what their defense were,
Hoba kaofela bona bana ba ha ba shapa ba tshwaruwa.
because all of them, their contention was that they did not assault the inmates.
Mme batho ba buang moo a ke ba rona sa tsebe hore ehlile ba sentse ba bua ba nkile defense eno.
And for people who stayed together, he cannot say that he wasn't aware that that was the defense.
E le argument ya bona a ona tlameha hore a tjhe. Eno e se beng ke ke tlameha ke ka mane ke lo bua nnete. So ba le ho botsitse hore a bue nnete fela motho.
So our argument is that when he heard that he was supposed to go and tell the truth and say that that is not the truth, like someone who has been raised to tell the truth. In the same manner, Chair, an ombudsman arrived at the training. All those recruits who met with the ombudsman did not say that they assaulted the inmates. This is why I'm saying he cannot say that he did not know that they had taken a different stance, and he was still supposed to have gone. He intimated that his seniors or their seniors patted them on the shoulder when they arrived at CSTS, when they left the center to CSTS. But he failed to reveal who those officers were who were patting their shoulders, saying that they did a commendable work. In his testimony, he said that he was able to go through all the blocks as the search was going on. But he failed to show who are those that he saw assaulting the inmates. He said it was all the recruits. But specifically, I wanted to the recruits who were assaulting inmates in Block C, because he said, while I was in there, the recruits were still assaulting inmates. So he just said that it was every recruit, and we regard that as not the truth. His testimony contradicts with what was said by Mr. Ratele.
Officer Mathaba, Officer Khorola, Officer Mohale, Officer Mathaba, Officer Tlhalile.
And the footage as well, Chair.
Officer Delite, not only Hurricane, but the entire search.
But Officer Delite said that he had not assaulted any inmates at any point, not only during our presence, but throughout the whole search.
empa bopaki ba Morena Makintane hore ha ka ofela marekruti a ho tlile batshwaruwa.
But the testimony of Mr. McKinton is that all the recruits assaulted the inmates,
E le hore mohlompe re nka sa nnete.
meaning that we don't take him as we don't take his testimony as the truth.
But didn't he, at some stage, said that what he meant was that all recruits assaulted inmates, either directly or indirectly. And in explaining indirectly, he meant that even those that did not assault them directly, they took part in the sense that they did nothing to stop it.
Ke hopola mohlompe a hlalosa ka sebopo se jwalo, unless ba kenna mohlomong se lebetse. Mphe ke a hlalosa jwalo hore they all assaulted inmates.
I do not really call him qualifying it in writing, but all I remember is that he said all the recruits assaulted the inmates.
Yeah, there is a stage where I vividly recall that's what he said. That what I meant is that even those that didn't assault directly, they did it because they didn't stop it when they had a duty to stop it.
If that is the case,
I understand, Chairman, be that person, he was still supposed to say those whom he said that were still assaulting inmates when I entered. And failure to do so means that I take it as a ref, meaning that he did it because he knew that I wasn't going to allow it for inmates to be assaulted in my presence. He was aware that if he falsely implicated people, they were not going to agree with that. I'd like to pass on to Sergeant Kapitla.
But I would have thought that maybe you are going to, beyond demonstrating discrepancy in his testimony, I would have thought maybe you are now going to say, no, this man is falsely implicating us because of ABCDE, to show his motive. Because now we said this is somebody who hasn't been implicated at all.
Yes,
if it's something that is based on evidence.
He is one of those who were hired in 2017.
We are aware, even though we
yes, that's why you have a challenge, because now you didn't put that to him for him to react, to say, look, you are falsely implicating me because of A, B, C, D, E. You understand? Yes, he raised it, but I'm not sure it was to him. I know that there is this tall officer who was identified here when Jock was murdered. It's Khaled, yes, you were clear to him, you put it down. Though he said, no, I had passed interviews, I saw even the marks that I obtained at TY. But I'm not sure as far as this one, McIntyre is concerned, you have done it.
Tangible evidence.
I would like to not go into it, Chair, because doing so require me to provide tangible evidence, which I may not be able to provide to the Commission at this point.
Yes, if you don't have that that evidence, it's unfortunate if you don't have it. If it's something that is happening and you don't have evidence, because we're going to consider it. Now there is this evidence that these people are. It's not just a mere allegation. You understand? There is evidence that these people are implicating senior officers because of ABCD. But you can proceed.
Sergeant Kapil. Sergeant Kapil,
Silent Kapil to effect that while I was in there, inmates were assaulted. His testimony contradicts with Mr. Ratsale.
Officer Mafenokwan, Officer Korola, Officer Mutabi, Officer Mohal, Officer Shalele, the footage Mklumpe.
And the footage, John.
But
as long as you keep on referring to Mr. Ratsale's evidence, in my view, is the kind of evidence, as far as this issue is concerned, which must be critically considered. You see, it's single lens. Maybe I have to put double lens in considering Mr. Ratsale's evidence on this issue, because when Mr. Nkabeta cross-examined him, he immediately conceded. And that's the only issue on which Mr. Nkabeta cross-examined him. And I was reluctant even to allow it, because I didn't know what is it that he wanted to cross-examine Mr. Ratsale on. But then he said he's distorting some facts and I want to help the commission. I said, okay, go on, let's hear what you have to say. Then he said, Mr. Ratsale, I want to remind you, you are wrong when you said that at the time that senior officers entered, everything was normal. People were being assaulted, people were still crying. Mr. Ratsale immediately conceded. So the minute you want to rely on Mr. Ratsale's testimony, you have to consider these factors.
Mr. Ratsale and Mr. Nkabeta,
This is why I said that Mr. Ratsale and Mr. Nkabeta went back to correct what they felt like it was inconsistency in their testimony.
That is why.
But I'm not sure that in their evidence it happened like that, because at the time that Mr. Ratsale, Mr. Nkabeta cross-examined him, there wasn't any break. We hadn't taken a break. At the time he cross-examined him.
That is true in that Mr. Ratsale knew very well that by saying that we were not there at that time, he was tarnishing their own evidence, and which is an actual fact that we were not there at that time.
So you mean Mr. Ratsale had forgotten the agreement when he testified?
That is so, John.
But also, even if
But even if the chair were to look at it in a different way from mine, the commission has to ask itself as to what kind of testimony is Mr. Ratsale's. On one hand, he says this, and on the other hand, he says something else.
however, komisi ka no bona sa achieve ha re thusi bona la lo paki ya bothitsi.
And rightfully, when the commission encounters such witness, it should discard that evidence and realize that this witness is lying to the commission.
Ke a leboha mohlomphehi. Sergeant gape ka mohlomphehi ha o mo a bontshang a ile a thiba marekruti wa ska nna gakgathang batshwaruwa.
Sergeant Nkapika does not indicate anywhere where he stopped the recruits from assaulting the inmates.
Kantle le hore o na kena ka diseleng ha kena ka diseleng ka mono marekruti a na emisa go gakgatha batshwaruwa.
Except for that, he was going inside the cells, and when he came in, the recruits stopped assaulting the inmates.
Empa ka lehlakoreng le leng o re rone ha re kene ka mono batshwaruwa ba bonahetse ba shapuwa ke marekruti.
But on the other hand, he says that when we emerged, the inmates seemed to be being assaulted by the recruits.
It doesn't make sense mohlomphehi ha ba motho a sa jene marekruti a ka tshaba ho shapa batshwaruwa boteng ba bona ya re one e ba tswella pele. It doesn't make sense mohlomphehi.
It doesn't make sense that the recruits can stop assaulting inmates at the presence of a mere sergeant, but then when we arrive, they continue assaulting them.
Taba ena ebile e wa e hlalosang mohlomphehi ke nka e bontsha malice on our part.
And what he's describing, I take it as displaying malice on our part. Yeah?
Motho wa sa jene mohlomphehi o feitse o hlokomedisa ha re le ka mono o re ntse re bona ebile re utlwa.
A sergeant failed to caution us while we were in there. He says we were still aware and we could still hear.
Mosebetsing mona mohlomphehi sergeant e fodisa diofisiri parading.
Here at work, the sergeant calls a parade or calls officers for a parade.
Wa tseba mohlomphehi ditaba tseo diofisiri di hlalosa mono kapa le lenane fela la hore na ke diofisiri tse ka parade mono go le diofisiri tse fotseng mono re tla be ntse re utlwa bona ba ntse ba ipala ba re fela le se sergeant o tla ka bo go potela tsona taba tse a ke ba ga mo ile mara tsona ba ntse ba re ba kae o tla tla reporte.
We as the senior officers will still be at the parade and hearing very well as the other officers are counting themselves, but the sergeant will still come to us to give a report. He will not say that we were there, we were present, we heard when they counted themselves.
Empa wena bona o feila go hlokomedisa ha bona re feta fela o re ne re ntse re utlwa ntse re bona.
But now in the situation, he fails to caution us. He says that we could still hear and we could still see.
Ha o sebetsi wa mohlomphehi sebetsi mo go.
That is not how we work here, Chairman.
Mohlomphehi o hlabisa ba o fetisisa ko mo morena wa sergeant ebe o re ha tsebe batho ba ntse ba gakgatha ba tshwaruwa ka nako e ba re feta.
And what is embarrassing is for a sergeant to say that he did not know the officers who were assaulting the inmates at the time of arrival.
Le yona o bua taba yana o bana ba botse di mask ebile ba se ba tshintshile ka ho ha batho ba le se ba tshintja.
He also contests that they were wearing masks and they had changed physically because when people are at the training, they change.
Ha ona ma bontshitseng a ile ka botsa le a le mong wena monna o mang a ntseng a gakgatha batshwaruwa.
There's not even a single point where he asked even a single recruit as to what his name was.
Mohlomphehi go feila ho mention ha batho ke motho wa sergeant ge nka hore tabena nna e bua ka ya hore hona le batho ba gakgathweng boteng ba bona ha se nnete.
Failure to mention the names who failure by a sergeant to mention the recruits who were assaulting the inmates says that whatever he's saying is not the truth.
O tena sa ba mention tjena ba na tseba hore ba tlo hanana wale innocent dithuno ya buile.
He fails to mention them because he's very much aware that they are going to disagree with what he has said.
Ka hona ke kopa komisiona ba le ba ipaki ba ya ka theko mohlomphehi.
Therefore, I plead with this commission to discuss his testimony, Chair.
Ke kopa ho feta ho officer Diholo.
And then I pass on to Officer Diholo's testimony.
Officer Diholo ya re mohlomphehi o bontsha ha ba tshwaruwa ba kgakgathuwe teng ba rona.
He also contends that the inmates were assaulted in our presence.
Potso ya hore na hobaneng Officer Diholo a tswetse pele ho bula disele empa ntse a bona hore ba tshwaruwa ba ntse ba kgakgathwa.
When he was asked as to why he kept on opening the cells, yet he was aware that the inmates were being assaulted.
O boletse hore beng ba hae ba ne ba nkile taolo.
He said that his seniors had taken control.
O feitse ho hlalosa hore na o bolelang hore beng ba hae ba ne ba nkile taolo. Ha ke mo botsa hore na o utlwisisa eng hore beng ba hae ba nkile taolo, o feitse ho hlalosa.
He failed to explain what he meant when he said that his seniors had taken control.
Ntho eo mohlomphehi Officer Diholo ya hlalosang ke hore boemo bo mpefetse ha o na le fihla wa le pele fihla beng ba hae ba nkile taolo.
What Officer Diholo is saying that the situation got worsened by our arrival because before that his seniors had taken control. This is not the truth, Chair. It's clear lie. Even Officer Diholo himself, he does not appear anywhere to be stopping this, to be telling the recruits to stop the criminal activity that they were doing. His testimony contradicts with the following. His testimony contradicts with that of Mr. Muilwa in that he said that when we passed, the cell doors were still opened, which meant that we could still see what was happening inside. But Mr. Muilwa said that the cells that they had started with had already been closed or locked. Mr. Diholo had a chance to walk with us to punishment cells. In the same manner, he was able to caution us that what is happening here is not right. And he failed to do so, Commissioner. In the same manner, he says that he did not know the recruits who were assaulting inmates while we were in there. But he agrees that he worked with most of the recruits before they went to CSTS. His argument is only that the recruits had changed physically because of the training at CSTS. And also that he was only opening the cells and stepping backwards. As a result, he was not able to identify them. Chair, that is not the truth. The inmates cannot be able to identify the recruits with their masks. And then Mr. Diholo, who has worked with them, says that he did not know them. And on the other hand, he wants the commission to believe that when we arrived, the recruits were still assaulting the inmates. Our understanding is that he does not mention their names because he knows very well that it is not true that when we arrived, the inmates were still being assaulted. In the same way, Chair, his testimony differs from what is seen on the footage,
Se hlalositsweng ke Morena Ratsela bopakeng ba hae,
which has been described by Mr. Ratsela in his testimony.
se hlalositsweng ke Morena Mothabeng, se hlalositsweng ke Morena Kgorola, se hlalositsweng ke Morena Mohale, Morena Hlalele le Morena Mafenekwane. Ke kopa ho fetela bopakeng ba Morena Moiwa Mhlompheng.
I'd like to proceed on to the testimony of Mr. Miller.
Bopakeng ba hae le yena o bontshitse batshwaruwa ba kgakgathuwe boteng ba bona ka moo Mhlompheng.
In his testimony, he also alleges that the inmates were assaulted during our presence.
O bontsha ho ne ho kwetswe kapo yena a ntse a kwala disele tseo ho kaduweng ka tsona.
He intimates that he was still closing the cells which had been searched first.
Bopaki bola ba hae bo ho tshwana le ba Morena Diholo eo ba reng disele ne ntse di butswe kaofela.
This testimony differs from that of Mr. Dihulu, who said that all the cells were open.
Ka mokgwa o tshwanang Mhlompheng le yena Morena Moiwa o ntse a feitse hore fa rona ke bona ba bao a reng ba kgakgathile batshwaruwa ha re le ka moo.
Similarly, Chair, Mr. Miller failed to tell us who are those people who assaulted the inmates while we were in there.
Kutlwisiso wa rona Mhlompheng ke hore ho feila hore fa mabitso ano ke hobane a tseba hore ha se nnete taba ena e bua.
Our understanding, Chair, is that the failure to disclose those names is that he knows very well that he's not telling the truth.
Ke hobane Mhlompheng le Morena Moiwa ke ba bang ba di-senior ba tsebang maikutlo.
This is because, Chair, Mr. Miller is one of the seniors who knows these recruits,
A sebeditseng le marekoti ana.
who has worked with these recruits.
Mme ha e etse sense hore le hore ha ba tsebe.
Therefore, it does not make sense for him to say that he does not know them.
Ka mokgwa o tshwanang bopaki ba hae bo ntse bo fapana le se hlahileng footage-eng.
Similarly, his testimony contradicts with what is seen on the footage.
Se hlalositsweng ke Morena Ratsela, se hlalositsweng ke Morena Mafenekwane, Morena Mothabeng, Morena Mohale le Morena Hlalele. Ke kopa hore o fetela bopakeng ba Morena Hlalele Mhlompheng.
I'd like to proceed on to the testimony of Mr. Hlalele, Chair.
Morena Hlalele o re ha a bona marekoti ana ntse a shapa batshwaruwa mokgwatheng.
He contends that he did not see the recruits who were assaulting inmates on the corridor,
Empa seo a se buileng ke dillo fela.
but what he heard is only the cries.
Yena Mhlompheng ha a sokodise. O dumetse hore atjhe o ntse a thetsitse polisi internal ebile o thetsitse polisi ya Monamodi.
He does not beat about the bush. He admits that he lied to the internal commission. He lied to the ombudsman.
Ka hona motho a nang le propensity ya ho thetsa Mhlompheng o tlameha re mo nke such.
Therefore, Chair, someone who has the propensity to lie, we should regard him as that.
Bopaki ba hae Mhlompheng ka mokgwa o tshwanang bo ho tshwana le ba Sergeant Kgapetla.
Similarly, his testimony contradicts with that of Sergeant Kapitla.
Ba Morena Diholo, ba Morena sa motshwaro wa Spatha, ba motshwaro wa Mahasi, ba motshwaro wa Tlhoriso, ba ofisa Moiwa, ba ofisa Makintane le ofisa Kgeledi. Ba motse ba reng batshwaruwa ba ntse ba shapela mokgwatheng re le teng Mhlompheng.
Those are the ones who said that the inmates were being assaulted on the corridor during our presence.
Ke kopa ho fetela ho bopaki ba Morena Kgeledi.
I'd like to pass on to the testimony of Mr. Khaledi.
Morena Kgeledi o re batshwaruwa ba otluwe boteng ba bona Mhlompheng.
He alleges that the inmates were assaulted during our presence, Chair.
O re kene ka mora hore re kene 30 seconds ka mora hore yena a kene ka scene.
He says that we entered 30 seconds after he had entered in block C.
Potsong eo a neng a e botsa rona yena o entse ho thibela tlolo ena ya molao.
When he was being asked as to what he did to stop this criminal activity,
O bontshitse a sa ka etsa letho hobane beng ba hae ba ile ba feta fela ba etse letho.
he said that he did not do anything because his seniors just passed through without doing anything.
A bontsha ha ile Morena Ratsela le Morena Kgapetla ba ntse ba thiba boemo boo.
And he said that it was Mr. Nkapela and Mr. Gatsele who were stopping that situation or getting that in control.
Ke bile le bothata ka taba ena ya hae mohlomphehi hobane ha ke mo botsa hore na o bolela hore nako eo re leng teng ba moo Morena Nkapela le Morena Gatsele ba ntse ba thiba batho ba bona o keteletsa e hlalohela.
I had an issue with what he was saying because I asked him as if he was saying that while we were in there, Mr. Nkapela and Mr. Gatsele were stopping the assault and he some assaulted.
Mme taba ya ka ke hore taba eo fela e bontsha hore Morena Kgeledi o na a tlo bua taba tsena.
And to me, what it meant was that Mr. Khalidi had been sent to do what he said, to say what he said.
A ke ke a rona e bua generally because o re ha ke kena ka moo beng ba ka ba ile ba kena ya ba ke bona ba feta ba sa re letho empa Morena Gatsele le Morena Nkapela ba ntse ba thiba batho.
He cannot say what he was saying it generally when he said that I saw my senior officers coming in, they passed through and did not do anything, but Mr. Gatsele and Mr. Nkapela were stopping the inmates. The recruits, in fact.
Ha botswa ke Morena Mahlalebe on cross examination.
When questioned by Mr. Mahlalebe under cross-examination,
O bontshitse a tseba motho le ha o ntse mask le hore na motho o motho o fele.
he said that he was able to identify anyone wearing a mask and he can also tell their mood at that time.
Fela go hlabisa ke hore ha re mo botsa rona ba tshwara ma recruit ya bona la ngwana.
Is that Mr. Khaledi or Mr. Moilo?
Man, I'm making a mistake. Let me check, my lord, if I'm actually.
Anyway, it's maybe your brain is still fresh, but I was thinking that it's Mr. Moilo who said so.
But anyway, if it's Mr. Mulaka or Mr. Khaledi, but the same person now with one mask, either have a something. We're going to give a finger to go to have an answer. Shapamat.
I might have made a mistake, Chair, but whoever that person is, it came as a shock to us for him to say that he can identify someone who's wearing a mask and he can tell the mood of that person, yet he fails to say who those recruits that assaulted the inmates are.
Commission.
So this demonstrates people who had no intention of telling the truth before this commission. Then I pass on to Mr. Delito Chan.
Delito Salosa. I give it a Ananza Secha Sepata.
He just to effect that when I was passing through, he was still searching Sparta.
Sparta Ananza Lauban Sparta Unasa Shapua.
But he also says that Sparta was still crying because he had just been assaulted. But to Mr. Managa, when he cross-examined him, he had said that we passed through while Sparta was still being assaulted and he was still searching him. And when Mr. Managa asked him if those things happened at the same time, that is when he went back on his statement and said that Sparta was not being assaulted, he was just crying. This demonstrates someone who's not telling the truth, Chan.
Ha re mo botsa hore na batho bana ba shapileng ba tshwaruwa ke bo mang, le yena o ba lebetse.
When I asked him who these people who assaulted the inmates are, he also said that he'd forgotten them.
Mohlompe ke batla hore ke hlalose hore Telite kapa officer Telite ke mo o ene le recruiter se mo o ene le di-senior.
Officer David is one of the recruits. He wasn't a senior.
And one would expect hore o tla tseba ma recruit ano a reng a nang ntse a shapa batho ha re le ka moo.
And the expectation would be that he would know these recruits whom he said that were assaulting people while we were in there.
Ba hae bo fapana le ba khona mo khona officer khona reng bana ba shapelwa ka disili.
His testimony differs from that of Mr. Khumula, who says that the inmates were being assaulted inside the cells.
Yena o go ba bo fela ba lebetse.
And he says that he saw them, but he forgot them.
E re bo mohlompe le yena ka mokgotshwana re nka sa inmate.
Meaning that he similarly we take him as not testifying to the truth.
Ha na tsebana ho bua nnete ka ba nation le batho ba.
If he knew that he was telling the truth, he could have mentioned those people.
Bopaki ba ka mokgotshwana mohlompe bo khohlana le se hlaileng footage.
His testimony similarly contradicts with what is seen on the footage.
Ba siu ka tshela.
A lot of Chief Officer Tele,
Morena Mafemokwana, Morena Muthabi, Morena Khorola, Morena Mohale, le Morena Hlaledi. Ke kopa ho fetela ho ba Morena Hlaledi Morena Muthabi mohlompe.
but I would like to proceed on to that of Mr. Muthabi.
How many are you left with?
Ke khola ke nna inwana Muthabi le Morena Mohale fela se.
Okay.
Ke re ba mohlompe. Bopaki ba Morena Muthabi bo hanana le ba Sergeant Nkgapetla.
The testimony of Mr. Muthabi contradicts that of Mr. Sergeant Nkgapetla.
Ba officer diholo, ba officer Makintane, ba motshwari wa bitswang Sephatha.
It's inconsistent with that of.
Mohlompe
You are saying it's inconsistent with that of.
Sergeant Nkgapetla, officer diholo, officer Makintane, motshwari wa bitswang Sephatha, motshwari wa bitswang Mahasi, motshwari wa bitswang Khoriso, officer Molilwa, officer Telite le officer Kheledi mohlompe. Morena Muthabi o bontsha ho ntse o sa kgakgathe batho mokgwatheng ha re le ka moo.
He indicates that inmates were not being assaulted in the corridor, on the corridor while we were there.
O bontsha ba ne ba ipatela chief officer ka tshele le sergeant Nkgapetla ha ba kgakgatha batshwaruwa.
He says that in assaulting the inmates, they hid from Mr. Ratsala and Mr. Nkgapetla.
Ka hona ha o ka moo ba neng ba ka shapa batshwaruwa boteng ba rona empa bana ba ntse ba ipatela bao ba ka tlase ho rona.
Therefore, there is no way they were willing to assault the inmates in our presence, yet they were doing it while hiding from the other officers.
O bontshitse ona nako ba qalelletseng ho ba shapa ha ne ba utlwisisa hore ha re sa le yo ka moo.
He said that they started assaulting them again when they thought that we were not there in there anymore.
Ke kopa ho fetela bopaking ba officer Mohale mohlompe.
I'd like to pass on to the testimony of Mr. Mohale.
Morena Mohale ka mokgotshwane le yena o bontsha ho sa ho kgakgathwa batho boteng ba rona ka moo.
In the same way, he says that inmates were not assaulted in our presence.
O bontshitse ba na le ke ba o tla batho boteng ba rona ka moo.
He said that they could not, there is no way they were going to assault inmates in our presence.
O bontshitse a ile a utlwa dillo fela.
He said that he only heard cries.
Jwale ke yena ha re re utlwile wa dumela hore ne ke be ra utlwa ho latela pherekano tsatsing leo.
And he does not say that we heard the noise. He considered that we were not going to hear that due to the confusion on that day.
Bopaki ba hae mohlompe ka mokgotshwana le bo hohlana le ba Sergeant Nkgapetla.
Similarly, his testimony contradicts to that of Mr. Nkgapetla.
Ba morena diholo.
you're saying is inconsistent with that of Mr. Nkapeta, Mr. Riholo?
Motshwaruwa o bitswang Spatha. Motshwaruwa ya bitswang Mahasi. Motshwaruwa ya bitswang Tlhoriso. Officer Makintani. Officer Muilwa. Officer Teditele, Officer Kheledi. Mohlompe ke qetile ka ho sebetsana le mapaki ana. Empa mohlompe ya ntibella ke na le ntlha tse nne fela tse o ne ka nna ka bua ka tsona mohlompe.
Yes, you are allowed.
Ke a re mohlompe. Mohlompe ke batla ho bua ka bopaki bona bo fapana.
I like to address this testimony which contradicts.
Mohlompe bopaki bona bo fanweng ke dipaki tsena ka pela komisi ka mona bo a fapana.
This testimony which has been given by the witnesses before this commission differs.
Fela ditaba di diketsahalo di etsahetse ka nako e le nngwe.
But the events took place at one time in the presence of all of them.
Footage mo na ke hlahang ha e bontshe batshwaruwa ba ntse ba gagata.
In the footage where I appear or image, the inmates are not being assaulted.
Hona ho consistent le seo sa leng ke se bolela ha ke re ha ke le ka mo ha ona batshwaruwa ba gagathuweng.
This is consistent with what I've always been saying, which was that when I was in there, no inmates were being assaulted.
Footage mo na ke hlahang e halana le seo bueng ke dipaki tse ngata ka mona.
Where I appear on the footage contradicts what has been said by a lot of witnesses in here.
Mohlompe ka komisi ena footage e sebedisitswe ho etsa discredit mapaki a mang a mapaki a fanweng ke diofisiri tse ding.
The footage was used before this commission to discredit the testimony of other officers.
Ke tla etsa mohlala ka paki e bitswang Officer Mpete.
I'll make an example about Officer Mpete.
Officer Mpete o na bontsha a sa ka bona hore batshwaruwa ba ntse ba gagathwa ka maximum.
He had indicated that he had not seen as being assaulted in maximum.
Empa footage ya bapaliswa ya fihla ya bontsha ntho opposite.
But the footage was played and it showed something opposite.
Mohlompe ke utlwa ka le nna footage ka tlameha e sebediswe ho support mo ho bonalang le nna e hlahisa seo ho bonalang se advantage yaka.
I also felt like the footage should be used in cases where it seemed to be in my advantage.
But would you accept, I as a matter of principle, where the footage supports you, we have to say it supports your version. You understand? It's something that cannot be distorted, that footage. You understand? Where it supports you, we can't say it doesn't support you. But at the same time, we have to be as objective as we can. If you want to cite the case of Mr. Mpete, we had a full picture of what was happening. We had a full picture, and he was walking just near the person who was being assaulted. You understand? We saw everything. We saw everything that was happening. At least we had a clear picture of what was happening. You understand? All I'm saying, even as we make that comparison, we have to be as objective as we can be. You understand?
Yes. Even though but I'm quite sure it was enough. Commission was going to say no, it's enough. We don't need any further evidence.
I think I still stand by what I said here, which is that if at that point at which I appeared there was a slight moment of assault where a recruit was seen to be assaulting an inmate. I feel like that was enough. That would be enough for the commission to say, yes, we did see that an inmate was assaulted in your presence. But also in a case where that is not seen, I also feel like it should work in the same manner too. I want to pass on to this one of reporting.
But since you have already dealt with it, now you are proceeding to a different subject. Let me ask you. You are talking about inconsistency in the testimony of these various witnesses. I don't want to say we shouldn't consider that, we have to consider it. But would you also accept at least that the events were happening at the corridor, which is quite long, isn't it? What we are told. And there was commotion. Even where there isn't commotion, you will accept that people's evidence will not be identical. It can't be, you can't have, unless if people would have planned it and sat down, discussed it thoroughly. No, when we appear before that judge, we should say that we saw him shooting him exactly at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. They will all say it was exactly at 10 o'clock, and they will all say give exactly the same detail. And if you were to have more than 3 people giving exactly the same detail, minute detail, you have to ask yourself, but didn't they plan to come and give me exactly the same detail? Because if an event were to happen in this room, you see, there is no commotion here. There is no commotion in this room, but people may give you, somehow you may find inconsistencies in people's testimony. It will all depend at what time did I turn my back and see that event. It's a lot of factors. All I'm saying, is it that simple? Should we simply say that, look, it's inconsistent, we are throwing it out of the window? Or we have to take all these factors into account? If, for instance, you talk of Sepata and Teriti, you understand? There you have a point. They were exactly at the same location. You understand? Exactly at the same location. And if there is inconsistency in their evidence, we have to consider that thoroughly. But where you talk of, we don't know, for instance, where was Terite standing vis-a-vis other people? Where was Officer Muirwa standing when he saw this? It's a lot of factors. And we were working through the corridor where there were so many people. It could be what happened when you passed one witness did not happen when you passed the other. I'm not saying I disagree with what you are saying or your testimony, but I'm saying it is not that simple to say, look, there are inconsistencies, we have to discard this evidence.
We have to take into consideration but
that would mean that we will pretend that we can take that if we were to discuss the footage completely. Because I told you, from my own observation, there were people, even at the back, further down the corridor, but you couldn't identify who they were because the footage is blurry. But you can see that there are figures there, there are people there, but you can't tell who they are. So the evidence that would say there were no people further down the corridor, it's difficult to take. I don't know if at the punishment cells there were people or not, but you passed, I think it's two cells that we saw. It would be 4 if we take that they are opposite doors. That at least we saw. There it was the footage was clear, but further down it wasn't clear, but we could see that there are people there. Yes, all I'm saying is that there were, even if the cells were closed or not, I don't know. But what I'm saying is we cannot agree with the evidence that will say there were no longer people throughout the corridor, because there were people beyond the 2 cells that you passed. There were people that we saw there were, but no one could identify who they were because the footage is blurred, but at least you can see that there are people there, isn't it?
Inconsistency. Yes, inconsistency, but this in terms of material. How can I be inconsistency in terms of material? It means if you I can have a payment as well. When I talk of a plan, who told them I but if you who shall obviously look at a sharp pagamon, I don't know how you can have a sharp pagamon.
Let me ask you a simple question. Where you passed, where the footage doesn't show you, we don't know what was happening there. Because the footage doesn't show, we don't know what was happening there. If people who were there, where you are not seen, would they have seen what was happening further down the corridor? Would they have seen clearly what was happening further down the corridor? People who were at the beginning of block C, would they have seen everything that was happening further down the corridor? Considering that kind of commotion that was there. And if your answer would be yes, it would then mean that even you yourself, you saw what was happening once you entered the corridor. We cannot ignore the fact that there was commotion. We saw lots and lots of people, as a result of which people who were at the entrance of Block C may have not necessarily seen what was happening further down the corridor. It's only if there was no commotion, there were no people, it was clear that we can say, no. Anyone who entered the corridor must have seen what was happening, even at the punishment cells, because it was clear there was no commotion, there were no people.
Ha ke ba tlo etsa argument ho dima yona mohlompe empa khola stance sa ka se mona mo somebody are nna ke bona ha o kena go nna mo ntsa o ta motho but the same person who failed who mention about ba yena o mama o ntsa o ta ba but in the end yena o failed mention about ba. That is what my problem is. Mohlompe.
Okay, can proceed.
Ke le mohlompe tabela mohlompe ya ho re tota mosebetsi mo rona mona
this issue of reporting does not happen continually at work.
Conditionally.
Handle we have to report to our seniors about incidents or events which are going to take place. Those that happened and those that are currently happening. And if the child will remember, when I cross-examined him, Mr. Mula said that indeed they report on what is still going on. But unfortunately, this time they were not able to commit us. They decided that we had seen and we've heard. They committed us. I believe that this commission would have finished its mandate a long time ago.
Action.
If they had made us aware and we didn't take any action, I feel like this commission would be done with its duties. But they undertook their own decisions, which was that we saw We saw and we heard.
Ho na le taba e ba e hlalosa mohlomphehi eo ba reng bana ba utlwisisa hore ha re hlaha ka mono re tlo tla re addressa boemo boo.
There's something which they alleged to, which was that when we emerged, they believed that we were going to address the situation.
Mohlomphehi taba eno ha se nnete.
And that is not the truth, Chair.
They were aware hore ehlile rona ne re sa tsebe letho le ntseng le etsahala ka moo.
They were aware that indeed we did not know anything that was happening there,
Le hore ha re a tla re tlo addressa boemo boo.
and that we had not come to address that situation.
Ho latela mosebetsi wa rona,
Based on our work,
ho na le batho ba bangata bao OC Central a ka ba a ile a ba fa hore ba lo addressa boemo boo e seng yena ba ikisa.
there are a lot of people OC Central would have sent to address that situation, not to go there personally.
OC Central yona ke ile a senya nako ha o kwa taba tsa mofuta o le bo o letsetsa CSTS gore ke tle jwale ke tlo addressa boemo boo.
He was not going to waste any time. He would have called me from CSTS to come and address that situation.
Are you saying he would have called you? Or you are saying that he could have sent his people to go and address that? He wouldn't have called you to come here to address that.
He wouldn't have called me to address that situation. He would have sent his own people. Meaning that when those officers saw us, they were very much aware that we did not know anything. They were supposed to have reported to us, but they failed.
You say maybe they were complicit in what was happening, or they were not necessarily complicit, but then they thought, oh, if we were to tell them, they might take drastic actions against these kids.
Immediately, ba ka hlalosetsa ba ka justify rona ho ba le motho o etsa lewa ho ba ba tla ba tseba hore re tlo ba nkela dikgato empa ba feitsi ho ba hlalosetsa bona ba go hore bana ba ntse ba sa ile mo boemo bona ba hlalosa taba tsena ha.
I'm asking you,
Yes.
would you say they didn't tell you what was happening because they were complicit? Or they didn't tell you because they thought it's a situation that they can control, and if they were to tell you, maybe we were going to take drastic actions against the recruits? Looking at their conduct, let's say Mr. Nkapetla and Mr. Russell, can you say these were complicit in what is happening?
I'll say they were complicit, Chair.
Also, le ha hore a khola batho ba ntse ba nana hore situation ena ba ka nna ya control ke bona ka di poliwa le ba ka la ke bona mhlompe.
I think it constitutes both.
Mogala Nkapetla o hlalositse hore ha ke tinga lo hlalosetsa mogala Tsunyana boemo bona.
Mr. Nkapetla said he went to the gate to tell Mr. Tsunyana about this.
Mogala ba ka o ntse ha lo bona Nkapetla ba ho sa office nyaka.
And Mr. Manaka asked him, you didn't even pass by my office, Mr. Nkapetla.
Yena o hlalositse hore ho latela boemo bona ka mona ka me a khotlele ka punyana ka maha.
And he said, due to a situation that was going on, he had to return back in a hurry.
But the question is, yes, so khotletse mo le ba punyana e thusitse eng?
And now the question is, yes, you did return back on time, but how did that help?
Ha ona mo e thusitse mohlompe.
It did not help anywhere.
Le bore ke nka o ka to some extent if you bana ba khotsofaletse boemo ba re bana magana ha bo if le santsane re tja monate ka batho bana.
Meaning to a certain extent, I can say that they were satisfied with what was going on, and also that the officers were not aware they should enjoy themselves.
But how can the commission arrive at a conclusion that a man who called for help was complicit in what was happening? That there must be facts on the basis of which we can arrive at that conclusion. And who we are told that he did something to stop the recruits from assaulting inmates. Of course, there is evidence against him that he also assaulted which we are going to interrogate. But I'm saying, how absent the direct evidence that he took part? How do we say that he was complicit when he came here and he reported that, look, I need help. Recruits are assaulting inmates. Wouldn't be an irrational decision for us to say that, look, he is equally to blame. He was complicit in what was happening.
Here comes Mugameli reported directly here.
An officer who's his supervisor emerged, whom I learned that he reports directly to.
Even though officer you was assassinating you nkareng ha bana na le bothata ka yona yo reportang yena na garage even since ha se tsile ka nna ba tang.
And there arrives another officer whom I believe that if he did not have good working relations with that one, he was supposed to believe that this one would happen. And he says these people were just passing through without saying anything.
Or you should have behaved like Mr. Majara at is it at Maxima?
He must have approached us and told us that he had gone to report about that issue, but he does not see us addressing it, then we were just passing through.
Meaning
that I would have considered a long time ago if he had that this person told me about this or reported to me. Most of the time, junior officers do not like senior officers.
To some extent,
I suspect that they did not want me to be any part of this. Maybe they wanted Mr. Ntako or Mr. Manaka himself.
no, Mr. Mathaba and Mr. Ntako.
Mr. Manaka. To some extent,
Oh, I think that they were targeting Mr. Manaka, maybe to some extent Mr. Mahlelebe as well. So now they do not know how they're going to exonerate me.
I'm not even saying Nabangad.
I'm not even saying that they like me.
But maybe you're not treating them well at the training.
But what I've seen during this time that I've been coming to the commission, maybe I might have not been fair to Mr. Manaka and Mr. Mahlala because I did not tell them. But there is a problem in his officers. Being junior and the officer, the senior officers. When I am with them, the three of us, they still compliment us, give us compliments. But you realize that some of them are rather sarcastic.
But
if they were to meet with me on my own, it's different. Usually when we exit the commission, we like to go through the main gate. Sometimes I refuse and want to go through this ones where the vehicles come through.
Hohle mo re lo feta hona le di-ofisiri tsa mona Central.
It's because I realized that wherever we pass, where the officers who work here at Central,
Ba ka nna ba re fa di-compliments ka tota, ba bangwe batho bana ehlile ha ba monate.
they'll still give us compliments, but you realize that these people are not happy.
I'm not sure how I get around over identify footage.
I'm not sure as to whether it's because he identified them on the footage,
Kapa kids la eo mohlomong a tsamaisang station ka yona.
or maybe it's based on how he commands the station.
But what I can say gore hona le bothata pakeng tsa hae kapo diofisiring tsa hae ehlile hona le bothata.
But what I can say is that there's really a problem between him and his officers.
Ke bolela ke mo ntseng e entse hore a nne a be implicated.
And I suspect it is one of the things which made him be implicated.
Ke bolela go hoja go fitile ofisiri e nngwe e se mogala Manaka re ka be re sa ka ba utlwa taba tsena tsa gore ba utlwile kapa ha ba utlwa.
And I suspect if it were any other officer other than him who passed through, we wouldn't be hearing this issue of whether he heard or he did not.
But we were actually told, because we had made observations ourselves, and actually we asked one of inmates here, I think it's from the army, if there is any respect for ranks here. Actually, it had been raised by another witness, still from the army. And they are sort of consistent that people here don't respect ranks, they don't respect one another. You see, there is that, I'm not sure, but he was testifying generally, not necessarily because Mr. Manaka has identified them. He was simply saying generally people here, it's like they don't, it's like they are not disciplined. They don't have any respect for ranks here. You understand? Generally, that was his observation.
I am going to.
He was saying here, he is an inmate here. He wouldn't know what is happening in other stations.
But even in respect of Mr. Manaka or Mr. Mashalo, I don't know problem.
I don't know when he might have come to that realization, but I agree with him that indeed there's a problem. But I saw it in particular in relation to Mr. Mashelebe and Mr. Manaka.
He was actually saying that, look, they expect inmates to respect them. And I understand that as inmates, we have to respect them, show them respect, but they don't respect one another. They don't have any respect for the rank. And honestly, what we saw from the video footage, what happened when Zako arrived here and other inmates, it simply reinforces the observation of this is it inmates? You understand? How can junior officers assault inmates in that manner, in the presence of senior officers? I'm not talking about the incident that happened at Block C, where it is alleged were there. I'm just talking about the incident here, because now the issue is whether they respect one another or not. So I'm not sure if they have anything against Mr. Manaka per se as a person. You understand? Because at the time that they assaulted Zako, Commission hadn't even started, such that it can be said, no, they have a problem with him because he testified against him. I'm not necessarily saying let us dismiss that Of course, there may be those that are not happy that he testified against them. To think that they are happy would be something else. but there may be those that are not happy that he testified against them. But what we saw there confirms a simple thing. They don't respect the seniors. If they had the audacity to assault a man until he died, it shows that people don't respect each other here. I'm not sure if maybe they would have still done it if you were here, they would have still continued.
Footage on television.
I saw that the footage was still playing. I watched it on TV. And I must admit that somehow it's shocking.
But
But then when I come to the side of inmate soldiers like Nyakani, I think the ones who are still contributing to the fact that junior officers do not respect senior officers. There are some of those whom you hear that they ask these junior officers to traffic.
Yeah, but you see, Mr. Ntako, I will not allow you to go there because now I'll have to call Mr. Nyaka. You understand? Neither will I take that. That one will discuss because now he has no chance to come back and testify. I cannot even recall if it's him who dealt with the issue. He may have dealt with the issue. It may be him who dealt with the issue. I can't recall. But I recall that maybe one person who dealt with the issue maybe is Mr. Mahase. Of course, he was in the army, but he's no longer in the army. What brought him here is completely different from what brought Mr. Nyagane and others. So I think maybe he dealt with that issue as well, but also somebody else might have. I think Mr. Mahase, maybe he's the first one who raised it. Maybe he's the first one who raised that issue. So all I'm saying is I will not allow you to start saying negative things about anyone at this stage where you are making submissions and where that person will not be called to come and cross-examine. You understand? Yes, but if you were to be general, then once you go to individuals, then because now it will be, but then you didn't afford that man to come and cross-examine that officer who was falsely accusing him. You understand? Yes. Okay.
That is how far I'm taking it, Chair.
No, we thank you because you have done your analysis of the entire evidence from all the witnesses trying to identify the discrepancies. We will also apply our minds to this evidence or your submissions critically. So, as I told you, that other things may not be that simple. We really have got to apply our minds to everything that was said, and even take the factors that you said into account, as long as they are supported by evidence. Otherwise, thank you for your submissions, Mr. Ntako. I'm not sure who you are going to call. We will adjourn for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 1:30. Is it Mr. Who are you going to call?
Ndate Manaka.
Ndate Manaka.
Yes.
So you are also... Mr. Ntako, there is something which Commissioner wants to ask you.
The commissioner of Correctional Service in early April or May, he said he did not know of the search. He came to know about it late. Would you comment about that? What happened?
Ke vera la mo commissioner na alebit. Ntho ke ne ke na re ka nna bona le ka ho bua.
I think that that might have slipped his mind. I think what he was trying to say.
Before you, in particular, the assaults.
Okay.
But you can still address but what I recall vividly is that he said the assaults, I was not aware of them. Even the fact that people came here for medical attention subsequent, I was not aware of that. I only knew after about, did he say 2 months or so, or 2 weeks? But you can address what the commissioner said.
Because how na ku ikaba central ikaba le pering ikaba ka ihle ona tsa fumana report ya ga ho tla lo se chua ka ka ho itswetsena.
He always got the report of the search which we're going to conduct being at Lepering or Central.
But the assault Mohammed ke tabina la le yana sha ke tsebe na yana na fumana report ha ba le nna ke le CS mane ke fumane report ya the commission ena sentse ka dilo ga le Lepering ka go be assault.
So I might agree with him to a certain extent if I myself also got the report about the assaults at Lepering when the commission had already started.
Ndole ke ne ke na ke e ka nna ba di assault tsena tsa Lepering mohlomong di etsaetse la bago it in the 20 not the 18 on Monday.
And what I thought could be that the assaults happened on the Wednesday of the 20th, not Monday the 18th. My reason for that being that after they gone to Lepering on the 18th, the officers whom I worked with told me that the commissioner or at Lepering said that he wants the recruits back on the 20th because they did a good job. And I was wondering as to why he wanted us to do it so soon. And they said that he said that the contrabands which had been found, which he suspects that are being smuggled by the officers. So he was saying that because they'd been found on Monday, he was sure that, or he was suspecting that they could still be found on Wednesday. So he wanted to confirm that if it were the officers or what.
That may be, but I seem to remember. Unfortunately, I haven't quite revised, looked at my notes again. But I seem to recall the commissioner saying, these people hid this from me. He was really surprised that this must have been withheld from him. Lepering, about the Lepering matter, whatever.
Because
I'll differ with him on that spot because he was aware that we went to Lepering.
Who would have reported that there was going to be a search?
So, the commissioner na sebetse ka yona handa ke reporter ho commissioner Ramaisa.
Normally, or actually, I report to Deputy Commissioner Mr. Ramaisa.
But normally, what I report to Deputy Commissioner,
but he would want me to report to him as well as much as I would have reported to the Deputy Commissioner.
every time I fumana chance nze kitoko dzingisa ka ishilo ro ba le 1 2 3 ka kana tse ke tsa wa.
It is something which I did not want to do, but I realized that he insisted that I do, so that you'd find that if I had given the report to the deputy commissioner, whenever I had time, I'd come to him and make him aware.
Yena ke ke hopola hantle ke mo hlalosetsa ke ga monna le pele mo bopilo ga a lo se tshela a bo se tshela ka tshwarwa mane pele.
And I recall vividly telling him that the manager at Lippering has asked to be helped with the search,
Ha ka ba wala bothata.
and he did not have any problem.
Anyway, we'll check. Maybe I'm mistaken, but we'll see. You see, this has something to do with this thing about obedience to superiors by junior officers. Anyway, I think we can end it here.
Ke a leboha mohlomphehi.
Okay. I had said we'll be back at past, but let's make it 25 to 11. Mr. Slab, I can see you are here. Make sure you don't disappear. You'll come after your seniors, because on Friday, I couldn't allow you to continue. I will tell you when you testify. And we can adjourn, be back at 25 to 11.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tari funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tari will take care of us when they are gone.
countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo IPE25 has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world, I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tari funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tari will take care of us when they are gone.
Have you ever walked into a store, tried to buy something nice for yourself, only to find, wait, do I have enough cash? Don't worry, CPay has got you covered. Ask a friend, Nzame through CPay. First, request payment. Enter your friend's details. Confirm the details. Have them approve the request. Then, proceed to make the payment for your purchase using the merchant code provided. Confirm the payment. Now, you are well on your way to enjoying your purchase. At your convenience, you can deposit, send, and receive money using CPay while also taking care of your utility bills. CPay, seamless payments.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo IPE25 has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
December 2020.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo IPE25 has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
I had been in the office when I was being given the reports as to what was still happening.
Assistant Superintendent Mokgesui.
It was Assistant Superintendent Maseru, who had been on the morning duty on that day.
Assistant Superintendent Patrick Mabatwana, the Assistant Superintendent Maseru.
After he had given that report, he intimated that he had said that Assistant Superintendent Mabatwana and Assistant Superintendent Maseru should go inside the precinct to check that the search goes according to order. And he said that he had shown them as to how they should proceed. And he intimated that at that time he had left them with Chief Officer Mudisi
le ma-constable a na re ketse o bulela le ona.
and correctional officers who had to open for the inmates with them.
Let me understand. Mr. Mthako was there, and in his view, he said, this was not our search. This was central search. Ours was to provide them with resources, but they were going to take charge of the search. And I think he was, even Mr. Darut Bichobokwan, he works with him. That's what he said that. And I think he also presented, is it a circular or something, which says that stations must have search teams or people that are dedicated to search. So what I want to find out from you, these people that you are talking about, were they the ones to oversee the search? Or did you have the same understanding that what Mr. Ratsela was going to do, you were just given a resource, but you were supposed to take charge of the search? Did you have a similar understanding? And these people that we have mentioned, are they the ones now that who had been dedicated to oversee that search on behalf of MCCI?
Tjena na mohlomphei, ha search e le teng mo reng re kopile batho bana ba sekolo kapa marekoti.
Well, this is a search where we've asked the recruits to assist us.
Jwalo ka ha ba sa tsebe di-corner tsa sebaka seo sa rona.
As they would not be aware of all the corners of our prison.
Ho ntse ho hlokahala hore le haeba ke bona ba etsa mosebetsi o jwalo, ho be le batho ba rona ba teng mono ba tla bona hore ehle mosebetsi o etsahala ho latela hore na re hloka eng.
It is still necessary to have our own people to see that the work is carried out as we would have liked it to.
Mme ka ha ke ile ka ba le bothata bono ba hore jwale le bosiu batho ba ile ba ba teng kwano ba bangata ha ka ro ho batlana le batshwaruwa ba balehileng.
And now that we had that problem of few officers because of the inmates who escaped during the night.
Ho no so hlokahala hore ba fihlang e leng batho ba na boholo ba bona le dira ile batho ba tlang ka ntle kwana metseng. E seng bana ba dulang mona central motseng wa rona central mona. Hore ke le se ko ba bona ba thusetsang hore search e le tswele pele hantle.
We were relying on our officers who stays outside Central Prison to come and help in that search, not this ones from our village here at the Central.
Yeah, hence I'm asking, this main that you mentioned, were they the ones that were supposed to be in charge? Because that's what Mr. Is it Ntago and Chobokwani said that, look, we're providing a resource. Central was supposed to take charge of the search. Hence, I'm asking these people that we have met, were they the ones who are now supposed to take charge, such that Mr. Ratsela was supposed to report to them in the conduct of the search because they were in charge?
Ntle le hore a ba fe ditlaleho le bona ka moo ba ne ba le teng ka moo ba bona taba tsena, ba ne ba tlameha hore ba ke bona ba laolang kgalemela moo bang re jwale mona ho sebetswa hampe.
Oho, ke mokgona o no tuna o tshwara ntate ngwana ke bona batho ba o no lebeletse go jwale ebe ntate mandate Ratsela go ke bona ba in charge go ke bona batho motho ba in charge bana bo ntse ba hlalosa.
Yes, Mr. This one, it shouldn't be something that really is a straightforward matter. If these people were assigned to be in charge,
Ha ba batho bana ho itswe bona ba nkang taolo.
you must be able to say, indeed, these men were supposed to be in charge of the search.
O lokela bo mo bo tshomo ihlile batho bana ke bona ba ne ba tlameile ba nkile taolo ya futhu ena.
But if it's a result of what had happened on the 21st, during the previous night, on the 21st,
Empa ha eba ka lebaka la ne se ile se ne se sile sa etsahala letsatsing leo le etella la di 22 pele.
it caused so much confusion,
E la baka pherekano ena eo
such that the following day,
ho fihlela boemong ba hore letsatsi le hlahlamang
nobody was really dedicated or charged with the responsibility to be in charge of that search from Central.
ha hona motho a nana le boikitlaetso kapa la fuwa maikarabelo a no tswa central mona jole ka baka la ditaba tsena tse di etsetse bosigo bo fetileng.
But then it was a matter of saying, oh, Miss So-and-so, you are here. Go and look what is happening there.
Empa bohlong ebe he ne se taba go fela go motho a itseng la itseng wa o teng mo tsamaya o lo etsa bane thuka e ka.
So really, that's what I want to get you clearly there. What was the role of these men? Had they been assigned to be in charge of the search, or what was their role?
Ke mo go batla go busa hantle gore na mosebetsi wa batho bao e ne le o feng e ne le bona go buitseng ba lo nka taolo godima futhu e ka po.
Ke utlwa hantle mohlompe ehlile ke bona ba neng ba lokela ho nka taolo ya futhu eno hobane
Indeed, they were the ones who were supposed to take control of that search.
mo ka ba di normally motho ya na tsweletseng e leng ha etsa dialoko
Because when things being normal, that person who came early to unlock,
e leng assistant superintendent Mokgesu e ne le yena re ke tseng hore o tswela pele le search eno ho fihlella a ka ba qetile kapa re di re fihlile.
being Mr. Maseru is one person who was supposed to be in charge of that search until such a time when we had arrived.
So you are saying he had then assigned this man to be in charge.
E jwa go seng
That is so true.
You see, Mr. Maseru testified very late on this aspect. I know that previously he testified in relation to Tswaku incident, but on this aspect he testified late. Maybe it was after it was discovered that at some stage he had been there. I don't recall him saying exactly what you are saying. He may have said it. Just that I don't recall. But I recall vividly that as far as you said Mr. Mabatan and Mr.
Maseru
Maseru is concerned, I think his evidence was similar. No. I was just going to check what happened at Maximum. Just that as I was somewhere on the way, I was called by Mr. Ramanwan. He's not a man who seems to have been in charge of anything that happened at Central or at Maximum that day, based on his testimony. That's what he said. Maximum.
ke ba irresponsible ka tsela e wa motlhomphi wa ka ha re tla go motho wa e reng ke assistant superintendent.
That is being irresponsible. If we are talking about someone who's assistant superintendent.
Hobane motho ya leng a tla be na le kuruti kapa batho ba tlile na le kuruti le chief officer batho ba ka tlase ho yena.
Because the officers who had brought the recruits were officers who were below him or who were his junior.
Yena ke se tloya mamona re ke ne ke shebella fela kapa ne ke o itshebela fela.
So we cannot he cannot stand here and say that he was just going to watch.
Mme mona Mokgesu yena e tlo hlalositse hore ke la ka re mbo mo kana bana ba kene ka hare searching tse tswela pele.
And Mr. Maseru did say that I told those officers to go inside and the search was still continuing.
Jwale ka morao ho moo, ho ile hwa tla fihla-
Meaning that
Yes.
if they had been instructed to go there, be in charge of the search, they should have been there until the search was completed.
jwale Mthombi.
That is so true.
Please proceed.
Hobane ntho e mokana mokgweetsi ya hlalositseng ke ya hore nakong ya hoseng o na le
But
tshitiso ya Mohajane,
Mr. said that early in the morning he was with Chief Officer Mohajane
a bile a na le chief officer Modise.
as well as Chief Officer Modise.
Ke bona ba jana re ba nne ba tswele pele le chief officer ka tshele ho search.
Those are the ones whom he said should continue with the Chief Officer Ratsele to conduct the search.
Mme le bona e ne ntse e le batho ba baholo ho bona hore ntho e nngwe le nngwe e tsamaya ho latela hore na ho lebellehileng.
And there were still senior officers who were supposed to make sure that things were going as planned or as expected.
Ka search e seng hore ebe ho tla tshwarwa kapa ho tla assault batho.
As far as the search was concerned, not that inmates be assaulted.
Jwale nako e ntse ke le ka ofising ka mono ho fihlile monga sekoro sena se seholo le mongasi mane tronkong ya bomme female.
While I was still in the office, the storekeeper or store manager arrived, as well as the senior officer from the female prison, officer commanding from the female prison.
Ka morao ho bona ho ile ha tla fihla commandant CSTS.
And thereafter, commandant from CSTS arrived.
Re kodilana le ditaba tsena tsa escape e etsahetseng bosiu bona ba le 21.
We discussed the escape which happened on the night of the 21st.
Empa ho feta moo ba teka taba tsa bona ho Kastoro, mme Kastoro a ba tshepisa hore ba fa thepa tse jwalo.
After that, we talked to the store manager, storekeeper, and he said that he would give them such things.
Ho ile a fumana jwale wa Kastoro I mean wa female ya sena koloi.
The officer commanding from the female prison seemed to not have a vehicle.
Empa nyane le commandant CSTS le yona koloi ya e feleditse motho ya speaking.
And the commandant's vehicle had also taken someone to the hospital.
Can we do this, Mr. Manaka, so that we heard what Mr. Mthako said on this issue? You are here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You heard what he said.
You are Mkhumbi.
You agree with him
I agree.
entirely on everything that he said transpired when you were in your office with him and the other two people.
That is
Until then you went inside.
Yes, sir.
Then we can talk from the time you left your office to go to the prison. You understand? Otherwise, you agree with him regarding what transpired.
That is so, sir.
Okay, please let's keep it. Yes, let's. Let me just note.
We went inside, and at that moment, I saw people from TV Lesotho arrive.
But what I get about him down.
And I said, let inspectors walk faster. Officers have attended to those people when I come back.
Ha re kena gating ena ya central re kena ga ke ka hare.
When we got through central gate, the inner central gate,
Ho no sena letho mona mokgwathing mona o theosa o ya kwana.
there was nothing on the corridor all the way down.
Ke nnete ke thebile ntse ke bua ka founu mono fela jwale batho ne ba bona mane monyakwane o hlahang ka centering. Ho na le ba ntseng ba tswa ho na le ba ntseng ba kena.
It is true I was speaking over the phone when I walked down there, but there were few people down there who seemed near the center who seemed to be going in and going out.
Yeah, let's do this. You made mention of the corridor so that we don't confuse things. You mean as you walk towards the central, you didn't meet any people? By corridor, you don't mean corridor inside.
Ke bolela mona ka pela masenkiana ka pela spetlele mona ho ya bana kerekeng.
Okay.
Iya mhlumbi.
Okay.
Or I am referring to the space from the in front of this hospital all the way down past the church.
Yes.
But there was no one there. Before we got into the center, we came across Mr. Swazi there. I asked him where he was coming from, and he said that he had been sent and was taking back the feedback. I asked him where the search was happening, and he said that they were still in C block. And because now the time was approaching 9, my understanding was that the search in A and B block was complete. Indeed, we went into the center and we found that there were a lot of people there. We went through them and went into C block. The aim was to see the inmates who had been recaptured the previous day at PC. It is true that Mr. Mukhasu had said in his report that they were still fine when they woke up, but I also wanted to see for myself the state. Especially because I made sure at that night that they be locked up. Indeed, we went through block C, up was exclaimed, saluted, and we passed. Those people were just at the entrance of the center around cells 21, 22. They were lining or leaning by the walls and from both sides, and we passed. There were some who already had their belongings there. Indeed, we arrived at punishment cell. We were going down with an officer called Diholo.
o re buletse ka kena ka mono ka passageng ena ka mono ho le fifi tjena o reka ka di-phone.
He let us in and we got into that passage. It's dark. We were using our cell phone torches.
Empa ka mane ka pele ka mane ka mo ba di ngwana ka ting light e ting.
But there is light right ahead in this place where they are.
Ke kgonne ho ba bona hore ka nnete ke bana ba ntse ba le hantle ba tsoa ba hantle re a bua le bona.
I managed to see that they were still fine and we talked with them.
E ne le ya bitswang Tadimagikila le mong ya bitsang Nkwale.
It was one Tadimagikila and one Nkwale. Awumane Nkwale.
Ya ba hang re a tswa re le ba maximum.
Immediately we left and went to maximum.
Mme ke batla ke tsho mohlompe ke re ha o kena ka mono ho no sena motho a bua ya llang jwalo ka mogana ntha kwa tshu.
And
Ho sena le kosta bolele o tla motho a bua kana pele.
I want to intimate that, as Mr. Ntako said, that when we came through, no inmate was crying, no recruit was assaulting an inmate.
Re fetse ha re fika centering ka ba re tsela line ya maximum ka pelenyana.
And when we got to the center, we took the direction of maximum instantly.
Ke a kgona mora ntha ko mo lebetseng ko na mo ma ila ha re tswa ka mane ka ga ma centering a re mo centering na go se go kutla ka maximum.
I think that is when Mr. Ntako forgot that we only stood or waited at the center when we came from maximum.
Ha re fika maximum o re bone ba tshware ya se ba bile ka mo ka ga di sele ka ofela ba tsamaya ka hare.
When we got to maximum, the inmates had already been let out and were walking about.
Ya ba re o sirina mona ra ka ya ba o tinga ke ka hare ka o sinya mane.
We asked the officer where the officer in charge was, and he said that he was inside.
Nne ke la ka ho yena a khona ha go utlwisisi na ho etsetseng ho ebe ba tswa bua ba buletswe ka hara di sele empa go re ho so ka ba o setwa.
And I told him that I don't understand how it came out that inmates have been let out yet the search has not been done.
Ka ba ka e le ho e ka nete la ba dintho tse kotsing tse di le teng ho bona ka mona ha di sa tlo fumaneha hobane ba tswile le tsona.
And I said that this means that if they have anything dangerous on them, it is not going to be found, or they are not going to be found because they've gone outside with them.
O ile a bontsha o sigeno e le mphethi hore ka nnete ha ba tseba hore ho tlo tla ho setjwa.
Officer Mpeti said that they were not aware that the search was going to be conducted.
Mogopolo ya ka le ho mara mokgesu le bona wa file ditaba tseno.
I had thought that Mr. Mkhesu had also briefed them about that.
Empa aba o ha re bile le rata mo ga e pele ka ga bula monyako ke itse go nne re kene o re o tla temo ga o tla re fumana sentse re ya pele.
And he said that he was not leading us in, he was going to get the officer in charge, and I told him, open for us first and then you go to fetch him, he'll find us already here.
Ba fetse ba re bulela ga kena ga ba ga fitla mane selenyane e tshwakuwi.
You said, Madam Interpreter, not he'll find us here, he'll find us on the way.
Oh, he will find us on the way. Indeed, we went in and we went straight to the cell from which there had been an escape. It was still locked as well, but I failed to recall the officer, the correctional officer who opened up for us. We inspected it as well as the hole from which the inmates escaped. We also went outside to see if the situation was still similar to as it was the past night. From there, we returned to the central, going through the center still.
ga fumana hore jwale makuti a betsa mangata haholo.
It was at this point when we got to the center, we realized that there were many recruits.
Ba bang ne sentse ba kena ka di-block-o, ba bang ba kena ka di-block-o, ba bang ba tswa ba ya ka maximum.
Some are going to B block, others D block, and others were going to maximum.
Ke hona mona mo ke ka bua le ASP Patrick Mabatwa.
It is at this point when I talked with ASP Patrick Mabatwana.
Hore ke mona le ba kena ka di ka nete ba etse bonnete ba hore ho searchwa hantle ka mono.
And that now they are going into D block, he should make sure that the search goes accordingly or is conducted accordingly. I think what I meant by saying that, because I realized that that has been distorted.
Testimony ya pele ka di-document kapa dithepa tseo batho ba di sebedisang ho lwana le ho hlabana ka tsona.
I did mention in my former testimony about the sharp things which inmates used to stab at one another. So that is what I was referring to when I said that they should make sure that they search thoroughly and take those things out of the prison. Because wherever they are, they prepare how they are going to fight. That time, Mr. Ntakwa approached Chief of Sangatana. Because I could still hear what I was saying to ASP Patrick Mabatwana. I was not able to hear what they were saying because they stood in a distance, but when he came back, he said that I told him as well that they should search carefully and thoroughly, because that in that block lives the gang members. From there we exited.
And
our arrival in front of the offices at Central.
I
recall that the visitors from TV Lesotho have arrived. They must be still waiting for me. Mr. Ntako said that his vehicle had arrived and that he was also leaving. I think what I left out about Mr. Mahlele was that he'd asked to go see how the children are doing as they are all on their own back at home. And at that time he also left. I went into the office and the clerk told me that the ladies from TV Lesotho had always been waiting for me since I went inside the prison. And I told her to tell them to wait a little bit. I have to attend some work issue.
le hore na tse ntjha ba di feng tsa batho bana ba tshileng ba lo batla batshoko ba bana ba balehileng.
And after I had given my daily reports and the reports in relation to the search parties,
Ke ile ka re ba kene
I asked them to come in and they did.
ba ile ba interviewa ka ntle le hore re a rekotwa kapa ke a rekotwa.
They interviewed me off record.
Ha ikokile re kokile ho fihlella jwale ka morao re ile re qetile ba re a jwale yana tjena se re nka ho re reng hona ho isa moyeng.
You talked, and after a while they said that now we are taking what we're going to broadcast on air.
Re la ra bua ho fihlella ka nnete re qetile ditaba tse jwalo.
We talked until we were done.
Ke mona moo nakwana ntse ke le ka mona ka ofising ho ile mo fihla molaetsa wa hore marekruti a sa di a tsamaile ne ba qabana le batho ka ratorong.
After a while, since I'd been in the office, I got a report that the recruits have left and they were having squabbles with the inmates.
Taba ke re ba ke a mofuta o feng ba le eo e mesebile etsa le hore ba tsamaye.
And I asked what kind of squabble was it that led them to leave.
Motho a ratisitse taba tsena kgopolong ya ka ne ke hopola hore ke superintendent Ramangwana.
I had thought or I recollected that the person who brought this report was Superintendent Ramangwana.
Empa ka ora ha ana ena se ke re empa le rena kwa re tlisitse taba tsena ka a hine se nna.
But he said that it was not him.
Kara ko ile le ena le superintendent le khatla le superintendent Mapati.
At that time it was him and Superintendent Lekhatla and Superintendent Mafatle.
Mme ke la ka botsa le superintendent le khatla gone mo la khatla ha o pole le era disitse taba e tse ke la ka a jole le teng se sa faka. Ho thwe hantle ho duetsa hantle bo ka ka tona ya ba le yana hore a ka neta se nna.
I also asked Superintendent Lekhatla if it wasn't him who brought that report to my office, and he said that it was not him.
Empa ho le taba ke hore ka mora hore a bua taba e sa fakang eno motho ena la itlisitse.
But what remains a fact is that after that person who sent a message that was ambiguous,
Ke la ka letsetsa hang Mogala Nthako CSTS.
immediately I phoned Mr. Ntako at CSTS.
Ke hloka hore batho ba hae ba ke ba hlakise hore na hantle ho etsahetseng.
And I wanted those people of his to explain what actually happened,
Hore be ba qetella ba bile ba tsamaile.
which led to their departure.
O ba re ha ba so fihle
He said they had not arrived yet,
hanga ba fihla o tla kgutlela ho nna.
but immediately, as soon as they have arrived, he will revert to me.
Ke ile ka nna ka tswela pele ka difounu tse ne di ngata haholo tse tswang batho mana ba tshileng ka dikanta tsohle mona re nanang hore mohlomong batho ba bana ba balehileng ba bane re tla ba fumana hona teng.
I kept on attending the phone calls from the search parties.
Empa neng ha ke ntse ke bua ka eng ka utlwa hona le engwe e kenang ya ba ke re motho ya jwalo a eme hanyane ha ke a eme hanyane ka fumana ke Mogala Nthako.
But then, as we were still talking, I had an incoming phone call and I realized that indeed it was Mr. Ntako.
Tlhalosa ile nna mpa yana ke ya hore e hlile ke bana ba teng Mogala ka ba re e hlile ba tsamaile e re hobane jwale ho so na le ntwa pakeng tsa marekruti le masole.
He said that they have arrived and they're saying that they left because there was a fight between the recruits and the soldier inmates.
Masole a sa hana ho setho.
The soldier inmates were refusing to be searched.
Jwale ho bile ba a bontsha hore ho thwe mong ona re ka ho thwe ke nyakane e se nyakane ho thwe ke sebilo ka hona le ho thwe ke sebilo yana le ho thwe ke sebilo o thwe na fa isitse marekruti a mabedi a tshwere a tsamaya ka ona ya tshintshausi.
And he said that there's one called Sibilo inmate. Apparently he had strangled two inmates, recruits, and were dragging them to the change house.
Mme ke ya ba botsa hore ha bona ere mo be ke taba tsa mofuta o feng. Haeba tjere ke ipotsa yona ke le motho mare buti a tlo etsa mosebetsi ke le masole a kana ho setwa a bile a faesa a tlile ke taba tse sa utlwisiseng o re pa bona bile a bontsha hore ke masole a mane a ho thing a lantshitse marekoti a motse le bona ba motse marekoti.
He was saying that it was alleged that it were 4 soldier inmates who had fought with the recruits and the recruits had fought with them.
Ile ana hore jwale ha ile mo ho so sa qetwa ho setjha ke sena le batho ba ka boholo ba bona ba ile kwa di search party na se ho jwale re betse re hlophe re bose hore bonyane ba ntwe ba tota ba pota dithabareng fela.
So we discussed the fact that a lot of officers had gone for the search parties, and we wondered if it wasn't wise for the recruits to come and man the towers only.
Ela tshepisa ho ka nnete bonyane mosiu teng o tla etsa bonnete ba hore o re kadima bana ba group fela e tla eba dithabareng.
And he promised that he would lend us a group which would man the towers at night or during the night.
Ya ba re qetile ka ditaba tseno.
And that was it.
Ke la ba tlaleha ntloholo le nna ke ka hore ho na le taba ke ena ke re ho so sa qeta ho setjhwa batjha bua ba se ba rwanne le bana ba masole kwano sitsing.
I reported to the headquarters that the search had not been completed. The soldier inmates had fought with the recruits. After that, Mr. Molawa arrived.
Molawa did actually ditaba tse reng marebuti a sa kgakgathile batho ka ga tronko.
When he arrived, he said that the recruits had assaulted the inmates inside the prison, and that there are those who needed to go to the hospital. And I said, I heard that the legs of Sibiu had strangled the recruits, and he said that yes, and that one is injured. But he did not have the rest of their names, so he said that you should go and prepare their names. When he came back, he came with a very long list with people who had been assaulted. There were those who were still already being bandaged in the hospitals, and we phoned the soldiers because we do the escort in conjunction with them in relation to the soldiers who are here. So now there was this one about the inmates who were soldiers who were assaulted as well. And the person who has been mentioned was Lepota Notwani and Lehlonya Matite. There was also Tutiso Beri. Those were the ones who were taken with our vehicle immediately to Tsepo.
Ho no na le bana ba ile akganyetsi ba ka le bona se ba fe go ne se le khore tse ngata haholo.
At that time, there was this one about those ones who had gone to Hakanyetsi. Now there were a lot of calls coming in.
Da akganyetsi ena e ha magaleng akganyetsi se e hodimo ga ba nta kganyetsi ya seng e kganyetsi motho ena a bitswang Motumi.
This person called Mutumi comes from Hakanyetsi. So the search party which had gone at night, they had gone to Hakanyetsi, but when they arrived, they said that he grew up in Hamanta. He might possibly he had gone there.
Just to shorten it, you may not tell us all the calls you got, but yes, there were now incoming calls concerning the search of escapees. Okay. Can proceed.
They were taken to the hospitals, but the one that delayed is this one, the escort for the soldiers. And when it arrived, I went down to check how these people were. And I found out that some of them had their heads bandaged, some had their feet bandaged. That is when I thought, Mr. Ntako, that we're going to need to address this issue and see how we work on it. Because now when these people come from the hospital, we're going to need to sit down and ask them what exactly happened, and the recruits as well. So that is what took place on that day. Everything else that Mr. Ntako said in relation to the officers which implicated as in C block. So we he had asked us to jointly write them down, and we can so that we could address those that he had left out. And I don't think that there's anything which I can say that he's left out. Say for attending them and starting first by this inmate called Skanti. He implicated me and he said that I was not fit at all, that I did not care about them and I was a thief, and that I stole the beans of the inmates.
Is it so? I missed that one. That you steal beans with
He said that, or he alleged that Maja was stealing means from the prison and was taking them or would deliver them to my car. And he said that apart from that, to corroborate the fact that I did not care about them, I left them in the hands of Mr. Putswani and
Superintendent Mafan.
and Superintendent Mafatle and others.
Yada jimbe jere, hajin zaji mokosa, kirada wong sawe, musele tingkwan, lehai mona bukuri yaga inilu manabu, reyan in the majaga.
As I cross-examined him, I showed him that here at work where he says that I went to the car with Majaga, where he gave me the beans. I told him that I did not come to work in my car and that I'm brought here and taken back home by the government vehicle. He also said that there's an inmate who was locked in D block, who only slept or spent the night in D block but was released the following day to repair my car. I disputed that, but he maintained that that was so.
The name of that inmate? Oh, no. The one he said he didn't spend much time in D block because he repairs motor vehicles belonging to seniors here.
Oh, he didn't tell his name.
He didn't tell his name.
Yes, but
okay.
But they
can proceed, okay.
And that person is Jordan.
What would be his nickname? Okay.
I made my own investigations to find out what had happened, so much so that he spent the day in D block and came out to repair my car. What I learned was that I was not here at work. Mr. Ramawan's vehicle had a problem.
But what I go
when Jordan was at work at maintenance during the day where he repairs cars, there was an officer who gave him money, telling him to go to the canteen and get things that he needs. Just said Jordan went to the canteen and found it closed. It could be that it was on a day when they were going to buy stock for the canteen. So he returned with the money to his work. They worked until when they were told to get back inside the prison. And he forgot that he still had money on the clothes that he was wearing. So while he was inside, he realized that now he still had the money on him. But the inmates are inmates. They hurried to report that this one has gotten inside the prison with money. And they said that is why he was taken to be blocked, and said that his issues would be resolved the following day.
D block.
Oh, D block, thank you.
Yes.
So when that issue was being investigated, it was discovered that this person did not go inside the prison intentional with this money.
Bo ba ba ke le siko ba bontshitse motho wa go bua ba ile go tla ya mosebetsing ya ska dula ka rapong kwa ke ta tswa ka mo.
So in my absence, the officers told the inmates to go out of the block and go to work.
Mme ko le ya ra re lokisa ka ra kweng ba ko le mo tlhoka go dikisone le ya mogana ka mangwane senya mogana manaka.
And the vehicle which need to be repaired at that time was that one of Mr. Ramamana, not Mr. Manaka.
Ke se ke fitile na ya boshodu ba dinawa le motho ya bitswang Majara. Tseo phene ya ko nya ka bele ke bontshitse hore ha ke mo kokosa hore ka tsela efe ka efe ntho ntse e bua se yona hobane koloi ha ke tle ka koloi ya ka mosebetsing.
Yeah, I recall that there is a stage where you raised this, but I can't recall if it was in relation to the release of that man to go and repair the motor vehicle, if he had been specific that it was a motor vehicle.
Yes, and kana go le bisa tsebe letho.
At that time, I didn't know what was happening. I only disputed because I was not aware as to what was happening.
No, what I'm saying is I can't recall if he had been specific that that inmate was released to go and repair your motor vehicle, or he was general. But I recall that at some stage you told him that you don't come with your motor vehicle here at work.
Okay, ne kere ha ke sa hopola hore na kana go mo sihle o na itse motho o lokollotse hore a lo lokisa koloi ya hao. O fela ntse ke hopola bona lokollotse fa ntse ke hopola ona na go la bontsha ho ga o tle ka koloi ya hao mosebetsing.
There are two instances where your motor vehicle features. Okay.
He was adamant that he knows my car and that it was being repaired by that person.
So your version is that your motor vehicle is not repaired there at all? Or you are saying, okay, it could be this repaired there, but on this occasion, it wasn't my motor vehicle that had to be repaired by this person. Okay.
Yeah, I only bring it here when it needs to be, when the new repairs need, the pet. How do you do it? The pets. When we need to install the new brake pads.
Okay.
He intimated that after he'd been assaulted, I'm not even saying that the correctional officers did a commendable thing by assaulting this person. But then he has not been fair because he extremely exaggerated things. When one is walking about and hear and listens when people speak. It was on a Monday morning. I was arriving. Superintendent Sunyan was telling me that the things about this person called Sihle have been revealed or are out in the open. And I asked him in relation to what is happening. So he said that this inmate Mazaza, it's not his real name, but he's known very well by that name. Matsatsa was talking to another inmate at the palace where they were working. That this person Skansi wants to land them in trouble. There are those things which he's saying because a lot of them are lies. So Sergeant Murakhomo was saying that apparently when those Matsatsa had been locked in D block, after they'd been assaulted, he asked the fellow recruit to give him beetroot. So he ate that beetroot, and normally when someone has eaten that, you realize that the feces or the urine comes out. But apparently it did not work well. It seemed that the hand was swollen. And he asked Matsatsa to cut him open as his hand was swollen. Matsatsa was shocked to see this person pressing the blood into the bottle. Which is given at the hospital when one has to spit the sputum in there. Apparently he had said that his sputum was bloody. Or instances when someone had been given to urinate in that to see that there is indeed blood in the urine. So these are the things that I found about this person, that this person was not really a good person.
So, Mr. Malaka, I just wanted to appreciate this story about the blood. I would have thought that you would say, oh, that's the one you wanted to show you at D block. Now I don't hear what happened to that blood. Now I just want to appreciate its relative. You know, he took us to D block saying, come and see my blood. It is there on the wall. You understand?
Yes.
So I was thinking that now you are going to relate that story with what we are inquiring. You understand? So how to somebody's fella guy? You understand? But you are not saying that. That's what I'm saying. Neither do I want you to say that if it didn't happen that way. You understand? I'm just saying. How do you relate to what you have just told us?
Yes,
with this inquiry.
Okay. Okay.
This is what I thought happened, but he took the bottles to the dispensary where they were needed.
Okay, meaning that he had been required to bring his blood. If he took, I understand. Meaning that there was nothing sinister about what he was doing. Okay.
Doctor
when we asked the doctors to help the inmates,
yes.
Those people say that their sputum has blood or their urine has blood, but when we ask them to give us the samples, they're not able to do that.
Okay, you think that it's your thinking. You think that he had wanted to receive the doctors here.
wanted to deceive doctors here. I mean, our nurses here,
Okay.
because they had to send blood something to.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's.
Jwale ke re hana mo re hape mantsa re Maria ga kiana ine se le ntho tse meletseng tse motho o bua ba re this is madi.
And the spot he was pointing out that was his blood. It had dried out so much so that one could not necessarily confirm that it was blood.
Ha se go tlile o ile batla go phatsuwa go ratse go etsa ke la ka nana re se ka tloba le hana ka mo nnantsa a peteka a tlotsa go re tle.
But after I'd learned that he had asked to be cut open, that is what I thought, that it could be that he also used some of the blood to splash it on the walls. So he's that kind of person who put me in a bad light, so I wanted to remove myself from that stance or from that. Coming to all this that Mr. Ntako said, which I said that I go by, and specifically coming to the 3 inmates.
Sparta batla hae o bontshitse ha ke re empa jwale wena o moye mongwe ba tshwaro ba o ke ba tlaetseng ke ba ratang haholo ke bue kokang nteng e nngwe le nngwe le yena.
And I told him that he was one of the inmates whom I communicated with a lot, whom I interacted with a lot, whom I liked.
Fela tla se ntho di sele ka control tse seng tsona. A bontshitse hore le ho tshea ho nwa ha ena bona ka ofela ine le fela ho nna ntsa hlaisa meno fela ine so bane re e hlile ke motho ka po wa bothaditse ka po o bile o tshilo ntena ho nna le ho mo kana mahlelebe ha a fana ka taba hantse go mo cross.
He said that when he was laughing with us, he wasn't actually laughing, but he was just showing teeth to us. And he said it was because we didn't know him. And I pass on to Tato Tloricho.
They are
similar with Khatabile Mahasi.
Commission.
Before the commission, they did indicate that as individuals, or they do not like me personally, not at all. It is true that it is not something used to be liked by inmates. But then once someone stands out to say that we don't like this officer, and you asked what's the reason? The reason is one of the reasons would be as minor as tobacco. I did them bad by prohibiting tobacco here at Central. And it is not me personally, or it is not me as an individual. But they believe that the person who prohibited tobacco is this one. And that is prevalent in many inmates. Because they even complained when the commissioner visited them that they would like tobacco to be brought back or to be allowed. And then he pointed to me and said that I would address it.
mme e ne ba ga fitla ka di-officing ka mane ka re mole mona o nlamaditse monga ka mona.
And then when he got to the offices, I told him that you have put me in bad light.
Gobane batho bana bona ba tlo tlisa fela gore ehlile motho ya eng a ka moga ntho tsena ke eno ya bileng a ka go gollang kapa a etsa mo feta.
Because they go to think that I am one person who has the liberty to allow tobacco.
O na sheba le a sa eng ka haholo kapa ya sa na sa e bone kapa na sa e etse ka tsela e jwalo.
He did not take it to head, or he seemed to not be doing it in that fashion.
Empa ka nnete yona e jwalo ba bontshitse le bona ditabeng tsa bona hore kwae ke tjhelete ke ona mokgwa o ba o sebedisang wa bona ka mona hore ba phele.
But that is how it is, because they also intimated that tobacco is currency. It is what makes their life easy, or allows them to live.
Ke fete mohlomphehi wa ka ke fetele ditabeng tsena tsa footage ke re footage ho e ne le siko he ne ke le metse haholo.
I proceed on to address the issue about the footage. In the absence of footage, I was terribly slandered.
Kore mona teng ke a tsholo tsatsing lena ke re ehlile ha e ne ba mona Maseru Central o no sena ntho peng ke footage ehlile ne ke le metse hobane ke makostable ya mona ke ba tshwaruwa ba mona bona ka nnete ehlile ba bona hetsi ehlile ba mfuki mo.
This I'm saying because it's clear that the correctional officers here and the inmates from this place do not want me here.
Empa taba go bona ha e ba le nna ke fuwe mosebetsi kwano mona ke tla sebetsa ka UL ha ba sa batla ke sebetsa.
But also the question is, if they do not, I've been given job here and they do not want me to work, where will I work?
Ke tla ditabeng tsa ofisiri e bitswang Mokiba.
I come to the issue of Officer Mukiba.
Officer Mokiba ha e ne ba ho sena footage ne di ntshwanetse.
If there was no footage, what Officer Mukiba said about me was going to fit
Nna le mogala Mahlelele.
myself and Mr. Mahlelele.
Hobane ke hopola hantle commission ena ya batho ya mo mosining ile bona bona ne re o kae mona mo taba tsena ne di etsa hara kapa re bua le bona teng.
Because I remember that this commission took a break to inspect the scene, to do a local inspection of this place which was said we were at when things were happening.
Le ha footage sentse hana ona ntsa tiisa.
Even when the footage contradicted him, he still maintained.
Ke la ka ipotsa fela gona ha ene ba ha iyo.
I only asked myself if there was no footage.
Ne ke le metse.
I was injured.
Ke fete mohlomphehi wa ka. Ke tle ho ya SRO Mpho.
I pass that one to this one of the Zarum Pool.
SRO Mpho ke bua le yena a tlile ofising ya ka hore party ha e tswele pele hobane jwale se re na le sena seo re nang le sona re tlameha ho batle batshwaruwa ba fumanahale.
Ke
Ke mme.
I talked to her when she had been to my office that the party should not continue because now we have this issue that we have to attend to.
Kere dijo tseno nama ha e phele batho bana ba yang ba lo batla batshwaruwa.
I said that the meat should be cooked for the people who are going for the search parties.
Le bana ba tswang teng le bona batho ba fumane dijo.
And those who are coming back from the search party should also get the food.
Di 50 rand tsona di kgutlela ho beng ba tsona.
And as for the 50 malutsi, they should go back to the owners.
Ore ha ke a re letho ke fane fela ka hore di 50 rand di kgutlela ho beng ba tsona.
She says I did not say anything. I only said that the 50 malutsi should be given back to the owners.
Jwale ke re na ha ke itse party ha iyo kapa di 50 rand di kgutlela ho beng ba tsona. Empa ya le tsona tse tlatsang hore party e be teng hantle ntle ho reng.
And then I asked if I said that the 50 melodies should be given back to the owners.
O ile a nna a tiisa fela go yena ga a ka ba utlwa ga ke re party ha e sa leyo.
And as it was the money which was going to make this thing possible. And she said that she did not hear that I said this party should not continue.
Mme ra ile ya mbontsha gore makosta bore a se batho ba motho o tlameng go ba tshepe haholo.
This showed me that one should not trust correctional officers.
A batle mongwe a tle le yena o mo botse ditaba.
That when you address one of them, there should be another one when you address them.
Ke tle go ya o qetela.
Coming to the last one.
Ditabeng tsa mofuta o no buang. Sa yone ka bojabane.
Sergeant Rabushabane.
Sa yone ka bojabane o re nna le chief officer Magai.
He says myself and Chief Officer Magai.
Re ne re kgellwa Mpolaka.
We were being given Pulaka
A shebeletse.
while he watched.
Yana mme Mpolo ya neng a re kgella o hanana le taba tsena ga ke so imone ke batla Mpolaka.
This man Pula, who was supposedly giving us that disputes that we've never been there and he never drew the beer for us.
Chief officer Magai le ka mokgwa o tshwana go tlo hanana le taba eng.
Similarly, Chief Officer Majara disputes that. Magai.
Magai.
Chief Officer Magai.
Yele ke re ditaba tsena kaofela di bontshitse kapo di a bontsha go tloa mane go ka nnete a sale go batlana le go ya motho eno.
These things demonstrates that all along people have always been gunning for my head.
E ka nna ba sentra le mona mohlomong ke tlile hampe.
It could be that I have been wrongly brought here to Central.
Hobane since ke le mona ka nnete go tloa ka 2020 mafelo a yona e leng ne le diwane tsa December ka ke fitla mona. E sale le nyetse ngata haholo.
Because ever since I've been here, since 2020, end of 2021, there have been so many issues.
Mr. Manaka.
Mwa.
And this characterizes your testimony. There are certain things that you don't say at all. Just telling me is is alone against you, against you. How I'm saying we don't understand what we mean. You understand what I'm saying? It's so ambiguous that we don't understand what you mean. Yes, explain yourself. What do you mean?
Hona le taba yane ya hore ere ha re bua taba ka mane ka ga ofisi e ba ya maimo ba tshwarua le batho ba retuo ke retuo mang ina ya ACL.
There was this issue about which we were addressing in the office about an inmate and this radio station ACL.
Look, you are now giving us examples, but I wanted how what do you mean? It's an example. No, I don't want the examples. Okay. Now, I want you to explain it in another segment. How Jalo kata mesala ki kimpa yele nyetse ngata other segment. Yes.
Dintho tseno tse ngata tseno tse o reng yona ke yo ya tsona ya hore ebe motho o swetse le tsa fela go thwe ke wena ya ntseng go masole a tloe mona central yele ne ba ka botsa potso ya gona who am I nna
things like being implicated falsely, like that one when it was being alleged that I'm responsible for the soldiers to leave Central, and I wondered as to who I am.
Haeba ke batho ba ne ba di kwano ho rona ba hlahang ACL info radio. Jwale ke rona hape kwano mona re tlo mamela taba ena. E le hore rona batho ba masole intelligence ya rona le rona di-officers tsa ka mona team tseno ha di tharo jwalo le ka kgetha a le mong fela hore a tlo tamanela hore na ho thweng ka mona ka rata batsimo.
Okay, Mr. Manaka. I wanted you to clarify what you meant by a lot of issues. But
Ne ke
now,
batla o hlalose hore na ha o ke dinyewe tse ngata na o bolelang.
I assume that would mean a lot of issues.
Di ketseletso tsena tseo.
Yes. So, yes, now you are proceeding to deal with an incident relating to that, is it radio station?
Ndolo ntse tswela pele hona le go go betsa ka taba ya ne ya mana le radio station yane.
Talking about soldiers.
O bua ka masole.
So just present it in a manner that will understand exactly what you mean. What was the issue? Does it relate to radio station and the soldiers? We don't understand.
Shuru tlwele ka motla o kusa wana ho no etsahala jwang ya mana jwang le masole re tsebe ho kusisa hore na o bua ka.
And how does it show hatred against you? Because I think that's what you are saying.
Mohlomong le bona e bontsha le hloho jwa mabapi le wena haeba hobane ke bua ka ke taba eo.
That these people hate you.
Mohlomong haeba hore ke re ha e sa le batho bana ba nhloile o tloha ha ke fihla hobane ba entse tjena. Ha e sa le batho bana ba nketseletsa ho tloha ke fihla tjena mona hobane ba etsa tjena. Re tla bona hore ke dinyewe tse ngata se di le jwalo.
Yeah, just make us understand what you mean, because stories in our was there handle no so you assume that maybe we have an idea or we know the story.
Ko la nahana mohlomong kana sentse re tseba taba o buang ka yona. Empa we be ka boqhatseke hore batho bana ha e sa le ba nhloile hobane ba la etsa tjena. Ke hopola taba ya radio station ho la ba tjena ba tjena. Ha e sa le ba nketseletsa ko ba ifumana.
Ke hopola taba ena radio station ka hore ke la ka etsa ditso ho thwe ke nna ya tibetseng masole ka mora hore ebe re ba di puisano le retuo eno le motshwaruwa mo re itseng re fokotse lenane ka ga ofisi fela.
I recall this issue about the radio station because I was falsely implicated when we had a discussion with an inmate when we said that only a certain number of people was allowed.
Mme tse ileng ka utlwa ke hore ke nna tibetse ba masole ba tsamaya ile be se le ba ile ba tsamaya.
And the soldiers left for good, and what I heard was that it was because of me.
Mr. Manak, you had a meeting with the radio station and inmate.
Tadi mana lala bali kopano li sealemoya le motshwaro.
What was the meeting about?
Kopano e ne le mabapi le
Ile le complain ya motshwaruwa hobane ana re ile ha ile between go re yetetse kwa mona. Ya ba ho thwe ba tshwaruwa e mong wa bona a ka ba buelle.
Oh, it was a complaint about an inmate who said that when a certain radio station or that radio station was here, one inmate was asked to present them.
Ya ba se thosa radio ha se se le moya se re ke motshwaruwa o sile.
And now the presenter, when he was back at the radio station, he said a different inmate spoke on behalf of the inmates. Being this one who now heard that and came to complain about that he wasn't the one who spoke on behalf of the inmates.
Yes, I recall one of your deputies, second deputy, Mr. Molawa, talked about the issue. Now, let's talk, how do the soldiers feature in this?
We feature in that up until that point when I arrived when they left. They were the ones who were manning all the towers in Central. As well as this one inside the new block was still manned by them.
Yes. How do they get you Meaning they don't have anything to do with the story. The church.
E le bona ha ona mo ba kenang tabeng ena ya kereke, motshwaruwa, seyalemoya.
It is just alleged that since they left upon your arrival, it is alleged that you are the one who chased them away.
Empa fela ho thwe ka ha ba tsamaile ka nako nngwe fihla ko wena ba tebetseng. Ha ona mo ya mana le ene re qeta ho bua kereke le motshwaruwa le seyalemoya.
Ha re bitsa motshwaruwa re mo bitsetsa ofising bano ba dulang mo kgethileng. Le bona
when we call the inmates who stay in this special place, they are also present.
I understand. The inmate was from
New Block.
Okay. Inmate was from New Block and the soldiers were supposed to be in the meeting. No, they wanted to come for the meeting. Okay. Yes, Mr. Man, you had called an inmate from New Block.
Yes.
And the soldiers, amongst others, were men in the tower at the New Block. Inside.
Yes.
Okay. So they had wanted to come with the inmates in the meeting.
There were also always the three of them, the soldier. There is the soldier, the one from officer from intelligence, and I don't know what
intelligence correctional service.
Yes, it would be the soldier, officer from intelligence and correctional officer that would be escorting the inmate wherever this inmate would be going.
Okay.
So I said, so I wasn't even saying this to them directly, but to my team, to my fellow officers here, that there's already many of us. Tell them to pick one amongst them who will represent them, then the two will remain outside and will live with the inmate when he leaves.
Yes.
So it is after that meeting when I learned that the soldiers were already collecting their stuff. So I don't know if it wasn't the soldier who was nominated to come. And I called the officer in charge to find out what the problem was. And he said that they'd received an order to leave. I complained to my office, to my officers or seniors, that if soldiers are living in this kind of situation. And I said that if you had maximums the security and at that point you minimize it, that is a problem at all. I even went as far and as writing to the office of the commissioner. But there had never been a response until the present day.
So now we understand, but in the meeting procedure, is it a soldier, intelligence officer or correctional officer who entered?
Intelligence I don't recall, but it was only just one person.
So it is now you are saying, it is now being said that you are the one who chased away the soldiers.
ne se ditaba tse re di direct motho wa kgona ho utlwa fela o ntse o utlwa ho manera hore e tlile ka motho o thuti betsi batho bana ke that is why you number now who am I why is a punish why ba ditlameha ho punish kapa ka ho tlwa ha ba ditlameha ho tlwa ha ba se ditebetse masona ha di tshwanye nna mona trongo ke ditaba tsa
It was
not
It wasn't something that was directly said to me, but it was the rumors which I was hearing when I went around.
Okay.
The other one was about this inmate called Musulian. Similarly, it did not sit me. It did not sit well with me. It took us a very long time between myself and the commissioner. I realized that things were not okay between us.
Okay, things were not okay between you and the commissioner because of Musulian issue.
Because he even asked me if I was a rebel.
And if I recall well, you stood your ground. You didn't remove Musulian from.
Because I even said to him, if he was not happy about what I was doing or about me, he should remove me. Personally, I still have greatest doubts that this escape was well orchestrated.
From internal.
Indeed, I'm saying that it was orchestrated internally. Apart from that, I suspend someone from Central.
The same person
the same person is being given the recruits. And then here the recruits carrying sticks at Pioneer Mall. And he says he did not see them. They arrived at Maseru Central. When they come inside, you can still see that these people are equipped with sticks. And he says that he sees them. The question would be, where was he putting them when he took them from? Because the sticks can even be seen from the footage in Block C where he had collected them and is throwing them down. They're also seen in Block A and also in Maximum. And if then it is the truth that he was still retrieving them from them, where did he take them thereafter? I did intimate that I go
Ke
over
kopa ke tle yane
Mr.
ya tawara yane ya maximum.
Okay. But with respect to Mr. Ratsela's issue, would you say it is by design that he's the one who came here?
Tabeng ya ntate Ratsela o ka re ke ka boikgethelo mohlomong kapa ho entswe ka bomo hore ebe ke yena tlile moo.
Because it was well known that maybe this is what he was going to do.
Hobane mohlomong o hlotse o tsebala hore ke yona ntho a tla e etsa.
Ho na le ntho e tsela mohlompheng ya hore alamo ya lla bosiu.
There's this one chair that an alarm rings at night,
O ha e utlwa.
and he says he did not hear it.
Ntse nka nna ka dumela hore ha e utlwa.
I might still believe that he did not hear it.
Hobane ana re ho sane ke a tsoa ke ya mosebetsing.
Because he was saying that tomorrow I'm waking up
Research.
for work to conduct a search.
Kapa o e utlwile o itse a
Or maybe he heard it and but decided that no,
eno sentse ke tseba taba tsa ena.
I'm already aware, I'm already informed about that.
Motho o qetela o sa tsebe na hantle which is which.
Okay.
One ends up not knowing which is which.
I didn't know how he features. Are you trying to say that maybe he has a hand? Is that a wild suspicion? He has a hand in the escape?
E le go le ka go so strong go rona le tsota ntleng ya ba tshwao ba le.
It was suspicion?
Ke pelaelo ya hao.
This is my suspicion.
Okay. I was thinking that you were saying, no, this man, it is by design that he came here to assault inmates. Then I would say, would it mean that Mr. Ntako is complicit in that because he's the one who sent him here, isn't it? Or Mr. Tabokwa?
Ne ke nana go gore a hlile motho ena ho ntse ka bo mo hore ibe ke ena tla mona a tlo tlang a shapa ba tshwarwa kapa ba tshwarwa ba shapo e teng ba ha jwale ke ga ha ba o tholole hlile sena se bolela go hele gore le ntate Nthako o a qopetsa kapa ntate Tshobokwane mono bane ke bona ba mo bometse mo.
But I understand your point that no, you are raising his name relating to your suspicion that maybe he had a hand in the escape.
Empa ke o busa o tshe o hlaisa le bitso la ha mo bolelang ho bona le letso ntleng ya ho ba le ya ho ba tshwaro.
Le hape ha santse ke bona ka ida ha kgethwa ya ba go tanki modimo go na le ntho e mona e tla go thanks God.
And also I just feel like
the one who is
I just feel like when he was chosen to come to conduct the search, he said, thanks God.
But with Musonyane's issue, because I really need to understand how this issue are connected, because you started from the premise where you wanted to say, look, let me demonstrate that I'm hated here.
Jwale ka taba ena ya Musonyane ke potetse go kukusisa bana ke kula ke hona mono e qala teng ha o no bontsha hore e hlile ke hlogo sebakeng sena.
Because we're trying to show why these people are falsely implicating you. It's because they hate you.
Bana ke go ka bontsha hona ko bana batho bana ba ntse ba o etseletsa ko bana go ba o hloile.
But then Musonyane issue is an issue between you and the commissioner.
Empa we taba Musonyane le yona ke taba pakeng tsa hao le commissioner.
Isn't it an isolated issue really?
Na taba e ha se taba e tsamaelang kwa e le nngwe.
Unless if you say, no, I even suspect that the commissioner maybe is having meetings with these recruits and telling them to come and implicate me.
Ntle le ho tla ga hle ke bolela go commissioner ga le nang tsa ba le dikopano le ba tshwaro ba ne ba ntse ba lela go ba tla ba
the recruits. That's why I'm saying, is it not an isolated issue? How does it feature? Just make us understand. Yes, just make us understand.
Musonyane ha sa entse ditaba tse wa di entseng ka pela ba tshwaruwa le dimbaka.
When Musonyane had done all these things that he did in front of the inmates and my officers, being Mr. Mr. Tulu and Mr. Mahau.
You need not get into details, Mr. You dealt with that issue. I still remember. That's why I said, it's me who said it. You stood your ground, because I still remember that you refused to remove him from D block.
Contrary
to Commissioner's instruction. All I want to understand is, how does it feature this issue here? Is it not an isolated incident? Unless if you are raising it to say, look, this commissioner hates me, I suspect that somehow behind the closed curtains, he is meeting with these recruits to come and implicate me. Okay.
I don't think he's the only one, because I still learned that there's one deputy commissioner.
Yeah, but let's focus on this Musunyana issue. You have to make me understand us and how is it relevant here.
Don't
get me wrong. I'm not saying what you are saying is of no substance. But we must appreciate, how is this issue relevant? Considering your premise. Your premise is that these people are falsely implicating me because they hate me. Hence, I'm saying, would it then, because this issue of Muslim was between you and the commissioner? Are you saying maybe the commissioner is working with these recruits or people who are implicating you because he hates you, didn't fulfill his instructions?
But
in simple terms, make us understand how this issue is relevant.
I can still think that this one about meeting in secrets happens because I've learned that there's one deputy commissioner who alleges that I have left the recruits or correctional officers in the hands of the commission or abandoned them.
That means you are saying that deputy commissioner is saying what?
When he has to protect the inmates, the recruits, he's letting them or leaving them in the hands of the commission. By correctional officers, not recruits.
Just So, this deputy commissioner maybe is not happy that you assisted the commission by identifying people who killed Swaku.
That is true, Chair. He's not impressed by the fact that I identified people on the footage.
He had expected you to lie before the commission.
That is so. When one looks at things, he realized that he wanted me to say that I don't know those people.
and eventually ended up being an inmate. That's where you're going to end up. If you had, I'm simply saying, if you had lied before the commission, if a person into a rank had lied before the commission, we wouldn't have any option if we had realized that you lied. You understand? That's why I'm saying eventually, maybe that person had wanted to be an inmate eventually. You understand?
If you understand what you are saying.
Okay.
Yes.
Please.
Ditabeng tsona tseno tseo o reng ke tsa ka le commissioner fela tsa mosonyane ha di jwalo.
I was saying that why you're saying that this issue is between myself and the commissioner, it's not so, it's more, it goes more deeper than that.
Ha o no mametse motshwaro wa Mahasi.
When one was listening to an inmate, Mahasi,
testimony.
there's somewhere he mentions that in his testimony. Saying that
I remember.
He was shocked at my cruelty of looking that inmate who was innocent in deep block.
And I'm going to put over now. When I think you get an eye, Yadasutu, Nahayasutu, Highway is a secret into the Yoru. Matata. One of you were that people who create a level to pity. Whether you want to the word of one of the civilization.
One realizes that this country is going to have problems if we are given the responsibility of protecting those people or rehabilitating them. We are not doing so, but we are leading to their downfall. We are still very much aware that the correctional officers are joining this prison gangs in high numbers.
Why can we join them?
It could be that they said that if they can't beat them, then they should join them.
But I
say that if you can unite, we can actually be that, and we can work very well in the absence of the number gangs.
Since
I should shed the light to this commission that since I put these people in D block, the fights which were in the central prison have decreased very much.
I don't
think there's anyone who can come here and say that, but this one's fought just yesterday or any other day, but ever since I arrived here from Leribe, the gang members were still staying alone in maximum. And there was still very much peace in the prison. What caused us problems was the COVID-19 era, when we had to accommodate all of them, and this hospital was being built as they knew the old building that was there was being brought down.
Yes.
Motlhompedi, go utlwa ka ke ketile ditaba tsa ka.
Yes.
Eya motlhompedi wa ka. Ne ke tla tabeng yane ya tower yane.
Yes.
I was coming to that issue about the tower.
Because I wouldn't want you to repeat your testimony. You indeed said you accepted that you had discussions after Mr. Mahao's visit. If you can proceed to interpret me. After his visit here, after he had identified that risk of not men in the tower. But then he had said, no. Yes, he identified that risk, but I had explained why that tower is not manned. And I recall you used Sesotho, there is something. I think you said something like that. Yes. Yes. And what did you mean? She wants to know what did you mean? He was just your senior was just responding to questions. What does it mean for her?
I said what I meant was that he felt cornered by the commission and he just realized that he had to do what he had to do at that time.
Okay, you see, I still remember.
Yes.
Yes. So, and you went further to say that it cannot be true that they were not aware that the tower is not manned.
They
were aware because they get reports. Yes, and I had said we want to see these reports. I recall that I raised the issue with Mr. Mahao when he came here. I think it was for the second time. And I even recall what he said as he was about to leave, where he was sitting. You understand? Because I raised the issue with him. And something like that. So can we see evidence that I want him to show us what he was talking about? Because the issue now was this report which you said your seniors if you can explain them to us.
What I was showing him was that those are the reports for several weeks.
Let's deal with November and December.
November and December here.
Your diary, do they have access to your diary? Do they see?
They have access to my diary every day whenever I give him reports. So I photocopied and sent him the photo, and you can see what is written inside.
November 2023.
That is the Judy roster for November 26, 2023.
For the week ending 26 November 2023. re buang ka lona tsatsi leno.
Meaning, these are the days leading to the Sunday in question.
Okay.
E bontsha ha motho wa rona a neng a le thabareng ka hora ya bohlano Tower B.
It shows the person who was on Tower B at 5.
Let's understand which one is Tower B. Is it the maximum tower? Okay, this one.
This one
Okay.
who B block.
I see.
This
Okay.
one besides B block, one at the side of Pioneer Mall.
E bontshitse rona ka quarter to 69 le mangine le man Tower B.
And it
Eno kaofela.
shows who was on Tower B at 5:45 all that throughout that week.
E boetse hape e bontsha ya neng a le Tower C.
It also shows who was on Tower B at the same time, Tower C at the same time, at the similar time.
E boetse ya tswela pele hape ya bontsha hore na Tower C ka 13:45 ena ne le mang.
It goes on to show who was on Tower C at 13:45.
Le Tower B hape di tsintse bontsha hore na ka 13:45 ena ne le mang.
It also shows who was at Tower B at 13:45.
Let's do this, Mr. Mana.
Yes.
That you said it's duty roster. It shows
Yes.
your deployment.
That is so true.
But your argument is that it doesn't show deployment for maximum tower or for that other tower behind maximum. I understand you don't have common name. There are two towers there. It's a maximum tower and it's a tower which we understand it wasn't fenced in. You're saying that deployment does not show that does not show anybody, does not reflect anybody was deployed at maximum tower or at that other new tower behind maximum. Yes, madam.
That is so true. 26 November 22.
The week ending 26 November.
Ending 26 November.
E tswela pele hape e bontsha
It's just yes.
e tswela pele hape ho bontsha hore na ka 1845 Tower C na ene le mang.
It goes further to show who was meaning Tower C at 1845.
E leng ka nako ena e nyere go gore kwa bosiu. Ha ba rena e buang ka yona ke ena ya C. Ha tsela maximum mo hanyane.
This is night duty, and the tower we're referring to is this one in front of maximum.
Duty was ka bona ha e bontshe Tower D. Hore na D e nena jwang bosiu.
Our duty roster does not reflect how Tower B is being manned.
Lebaka ke lena.
The reason for that being,
Ile ya ha se re buile le bemba ka taba tseno tsa hore maximum tower e kana inen.
when you talk with my seniors about the fact that maximum tower had to be manned,
Ya pele ke bontsha shortage ya staff.
firstly, I was demonstrating the shortage of staff.
Ya bobedi le hore ke bontsha hore tower eno ha e maemong.
Secondly, was that the tower was not in good condition,
Ha o dira ba ke sefe fela mo di first re ba teng le tse tswa di tshwatleng.
that the windows are broken, and when it's raining, the rain comes through, gets inside.
Ne bile ke bontsha hore le maso hore ha ntse e sebedisa ana ikera fela nako e pula e saneng.
I even went as far as in showing that even when the soldiers were still manning that tower, they only went when it was not raining.
E le ka mone ba iphumanela ka teng.
They only went there to rest.
Yes.
Jwale ho feta mona.
So you were saying your duty roster doesn't show who mans B tower during the
During the night.
during night.
Yes.
It is by design.
E entse ka bomo re be jwalo.
Iyo ntse ka bo hobane ba re ba ida ha se re hlokometse ho bona le batho ba neng o bona hore bana le communication ba le mane pioneer model di ka taking moon.
It was made by design because we had realized that the people who were at Pioneer Mall packing and the inmates in Bian
Have you ever walked into a store? Try to buy something nice for yourself, only to find, wait, do I have enough cash? Don't worry, CPay has got you covered. Ask a friend, Nzame, through CPay. First, request payment. Enter your friend's details. Confirm the details. Have them approve the request. Then, proceed to make the payment for your purchase using the merchant code provided. Confirm the payment. Now, you are well on your way to enjoying your purchase. At your convenience, you can deposit, send, and receive money using CPay while also taking care of your utility bills. CPay, seamless payments.
That information. We don't need it. I'm simply saying it is being documented at least somewhere where they are responsible.
Central.
LCS. Oh, yeah, LCS. LCS headquarters. Okay.
LCS headquarters.
Yeah. But as far as maximum is concerned, it remains your responsibility. If ever deployments were made, you would be knowing, you would be having those people.
I would have such people, it would be my responsibility, but I told my senior that due to the shortage of staff, even the conditions of this tower, and I even went as far as telling that I have reported about that, but we haven't gotten response or feedback. I recall again that in the somewhere in July, we still had a meeting with my senior, still talking, addressing the tower issue, and he said, can you do the things which you did? Can you repeat what you did so that we can have this tower? And I still wrote the report in that month of July. And there is nothing until present day.
Yes, so, Ms. Managa, you just gave us a duty roster covering 1 week. So you have duty roster for the week immediately before the 22nd? December 2023 or 21st December 23?
22 December 2023.
Kena le duty roster ya 26 26 kgweding ya 11 2023 ke betse ke be le ena ya di 3 felang ka di 3 kgweding ya 12 2023 ke betse ke be le ena felang ka di 10 tsa kgwedi ya 12 2023 ke be le ena hape felang ka di 17 kgweding ya 12 2023 ke be le ena o qetela felang ka di 24 December 2023.
Okay, they show the same information that the tower, wait, they are all consistent that
Di a tshwana kaofela.
maximum tower,
Di
nobody was
register-
deployed to maximum tower and that other tower behind maximum.
That is so, Chair, they are all consistent.
So how do we get assurance that your supervisors got these reports?
Jwale re kgodiseha jwang hore beng ba hao ba di fumane di-report tsena?
You told us that as far as it relates to a diary, every day you take a picture and send it to him.
Ho la re botsa hore ntlheng ya diary teng o nka photo letsatsing le leng le leng o mo romella yona.
I would imagine by WhatsApp.
Tjhe, ke nahana hore mohlomong o romella ka WhatsApp.
Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. The stamp at the end of the duty roster is for Maseru Central. This one up here is for
I don't want to see her slap you.
Sure.
You understand? Just allow yes, you can proceed.
Ke kopa o phetana hore sena ke sa o ka. This one is for the registry at headquarters. Mo itse mo di fihlelang teng, Peter. Which is the point which receives everything which we send to the headquarters. And this one is for the central prison.
Okay.
Meaning that in absence of the stamp, I was going to say that it was not received at headquarters.
Okay. Would you, Mr. Managa, want to submit these documents as exhibits before this commission?
That is so, Chair, I have no problem of providing these documents.
That would be exhibit.
Yeah, 58, Chair.
Are you sure, evidence leader?
To my recollection, must be 58.
Okay.
Yes.
That would be exhibit 58. And your diary, it contains the same information.
My diary shows the same information, that it shows the classification of inmates, their number, and the blocks as to how many inmates are in the block. It shows who the gatekeeper is and who is manning the tower. It shows the statistics of those going to the dispensary, to the courts, and the officers who are taking them. Even those ones of the high profile.
So in short, even the diary would reflect that that these two towers were not manned.
Mo a sa le ntse ke ngwana jwalo hore thawa di mona ke letsatsi le ke reng ke la di 18
And I've always been recording that on the day of 18th September,
di thawa ke ofisa moka.
it is Officer Nuka in B Tower.
Thawa si ke ofisa ka Mpielo.
Tower C is Officer Gan Pielo.
Ya o shebile hona thawa re ngwa ke. Ha o shebile mona hona thawa re ngwa ka nyeng.
So from there, there's no any other tower which is recorded here.
Le hanga ka dise ke hola mona ke mona mo di bontshitseng le hore na motho a yang mona khwini ma mohato na ke mang ona ha profile ntse ke indicate ka pele go bodi ke ena le mabitso a hae pela ke mono ona ke mang.
I've indicated who is I've indicated an inmate, a high-profile inmate who's going to the hospital and the officers who are taking him. So I capture it with my phone and send it to my senior. Sometimes I'll write plus LDF to show that the soldiers are part of that escort. And you ask if today aren't there any soldiers, and I'll say that, oh, it skipped my mind, and then I'll write it down to show that there'll be soldiers in the escort.
That gives me the impression that your boss reads at least the diary that you sent
Because sometimes he would even actually interrogate me and ask me, who are these people? And I'll tell them they are so and so and they're going where.
And your boss on this occasion, you are referring to Mr. Maha.
I'm referring to Mr. Mahau, and he needs the answers. He would say that I should see Mr. Tsulo, but that wouldn't even take longer than 2 weeks. And if it happens, you'll find that maybe it's because he's absent, or maybe 2 or 3 days in a week.
So would you at least, you don't have anything personal in the diary?
And
I'm not saying the whole diary.
Yes.
I'm not saying the whole diary, but we want extracts. You okay. Okay, we just want few extracts. You understand? Before the 22nd December 21st December 2023. You will submit them as exhibits.
Yes,
the whole week.
Okay.
Yes. They will be handed in and marked exhibit. It will be exhibit 59. Okay, evidence leader. Do ensure that he will leave it with you, but he has to facilitate to ensure that you get the copies. Yes. Yes, we can proceed to. Would you know, if you don't know, you don't know, if Mr. Maha would pass this information to his boss?
Now, what's the opportunity to come and tell you what's the house no that they might have to what fixes on Maha?
I
can say I know, but I think that he passes this to his boss.
Okay. And what else did you say? Okay, it's about habitual offenders.
Inile ania batshwarwa ba seng ba kgutlela hape.
We just want statistics. We don't even want to know who they are.
Ha re batle lo tseba na ke mang ba fa re batla dipalo.
Because we were told that one of the witnesses told us that your rehabilitation programs are not effective because you don't have resources.
Ke a bona botlhompe ha nka ba utlwisisa hobane e hle ke itse ba ntshe mo motšhini wa bona e hlahisa hore na mang o da ba teng neng o betse o teng hape e bontsha taba tse jwalo.
I think I did not understand the assignment here because this one reflects as to who is the inmate when he was first admitted and when he came back.
It doesn't matter. It's okay. We'll analyze it ourselves.
Okay.
And we also want to submit it in. It will be exhibit. It will be exhibit 60. And another thing that I had asked from you
Anything happened to me ke kopile tswa ho
O ene le yane ya
is something that I had the reports from IT people. But in general, they are correct that they submit weekly reports. Is that correct?
now that is so true.
And they would show which cameras are working and which cameras are not working.
That is so true.
Okay.
O ene le yane ya report yane ya ESP SWAT.
The
Okay.
other one was the ASP SWAT's report.
Okay. Let's start with this one, the cameras.
The cameras.
What do you do with these reports?
With Aranga ditlaleho tse.
Ditlaleho tsena re di file ka mo re bile tse file ka mo ka office.
We've opened the file for this reports in the office.
Fela go ka medi wa bona bona ntse re bua le bona hore re kopa le go romelle batho. Ke a gona nne thola di requisition tsa di ntse di motao.
We still talk to our bosses to give us more people. I think Miss Tola has made a lot of reports.
Kapa di requisition tseo
Or
a
requests.
kopa ba o da ga bontsha hore na bothata ke bofeng yena ka.
Because she intimated what the problem was.
Okay. What would these reports from people who work with cameras show? What do they show?
Di bontshang ditlaleho tse tsa batho ba sebetsana le di-camera.
Di bontsha di camera tse sebetsang hantle ke tsena tse mabueng ka botsho.
They show the cameras which are operational. They show cameras which are operational and they are ticked red with a black pen. And those ones which are marked with red crosses,
Di bontsha hore ha di sebetse ho hantle.
they show that those cameras are not operating at all.
Okay. Since submission of these reports, were there any cameras that were repaired?
E sa le ho fanwa ka di-report tsena na
Ha o
camera
bua
tsa
le
lokiswa.
mofumpi ha di so ka ba di lokiswa.
No chairs, they have not been repaired.
o entse kopo tse jwalo mane hodimo.
Matola has since made the requisition or request.
Would you submit them as exhibit as well?
Nna ka lakatsa ho fana ka tsona le tsona le dipontsho.
Di tlo hloka ke di-forte jwale tsona hobane ke sa di-forta ne ke tlo bontsha.
Okay.
I'm going to need to make the
Make sure
copies.
they are certified.
Ntse hore di be di hlapantshwa.
They will be admitted as exhibit 61. And what else you talked about, Mr.
Ke report ena e neng ke bontsha hore ASP SWAT ha ne ke maketse ntho ena ha o thwe re ile ka mono ka C block ya ba rupa ba tshwaruwa ba ntse ba lla kapa re fihlile ba tshwaruwa ntse ba lla yele ha sa a ka nketsa report ko taba tsena ne ke di fumane mane how ombudsman.
I had got this from
Jwale ke maketse
the ombudsman and I was surprised.
ke maketse wena ha ke fihlile go roksi fela ha nkela ka fumana batho ba ballang.
I was surprised that I did arrive in
Kapa ba
Boxy, but no inmates were being assaulted, neither were they crying.
But I don't think the report will be necessary because Mr. Swartz said that when he left, no inmates were crying.
You understand?
Yes, when he left the center, no inmates were crying. But he said he can't guarantee that at the time that you got into Block C, they were not crying because he had already left.
I would
imagine this is what the report would say. He can't commit himself whether they were crying or they were not crying. But he can only commit himself regarding what he observed when he was still there. That is, at the time he left or at the time he met with you, inmates were not crying. You understand? Yes, I'm just saying,
Yes.
I need to appreciate why you have to submit the report in light of it. Mr. Swazikemi testified.
Yes, sir.
I will imagine that what he said is consistent with what the report says.
And
we will attach more weight to his evidence. Unless if your argument is that, look, now he's saying that inmates were crying, but look at his report. Unless if that was your argument. You understand why I'm saying this report is not of any value. Because yes. Let me hear what you are saying. No. It's an argument that you are raising.
Yes, sir.
I was telling you why that report is not going to be helpful. But you can raise the argument that you want to raise.
I felt like it was going to be important on my part. Because it is a very short distance from where we had met and this point at which people say that when we arrived, inmates were crying.
Yes, tell me, what is it that is different from the report? From his testimony, what is it that is different?
There's nothing different between what he testified to and his report.
Yes, meaning that it's a matter of you making a submission and argument, not necessarily that I need the report. You understand?
I understand.
If there is nothing new that we are going to find from the report, or the report is consistent with what he said when he testified here, all you need to do then is to persuade us based on the testimony he provided before the commission.
I do. I understand, sir.
Yes. It doesn't make any difference. You understand? Yes. So, but we'll consider that argument. Because your argument, just to satisfy you that I hear you, is that at the point where we met,
Hobane haeba ke utlwisisa hantle ko o kgodise o tlo hlogola gore taba ya hao ke a e utlwa ko gore ka nako o le kopanang le ena.
If ever there were cries inside Block C,
Gore haeba motho o na le batho ba ntseng ba lla ka hara boloko ba C,
even Swazi could have heard them
le ena Morena Swartse a ka ba di utlwile
where we met.
moo mo re kopaneng teng.
That's the argument you are presenting.
Ke yona taba ya hao eo.
Okay.
Yes. Anything else, Mr. Manaka, that you want to say?
Tshimohlomphehi ka kannete ke utlwa ka taba ke beile ditaba tsa ka ke beile hloko la ka.
Okay.
Go fela ke effort tsena tse tlamehang ho fotwa ke di tlise le tsona.
Please do that. It would appear that we'll only meet after lunch. You have to come back because they have to ask you questions if they want to ask you questions. As the commission, we also have some few questions for you to clarify. Mr. Solo, you have to be back after lunch if you want to cross-examine him. And I saw that Mr. Mahau left. Please deliver our message to him as well in case you don't meet. You have to be back after lunch so that if you have questions to ask him, you can ask him questions. Otherwise, the commission shall adjourn. We meet again at 20 past 2. 20 past 2. Commission shall adjourn.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo IPE 25 has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Have you ever walked into a store? Try to buy something nice for yourself, only to find, wait, do I have enough cash? Don't worry, CPay has got you covered. Ask a friend, Nzame through CPay. First, request payment. Enter your friend's details. Confirm the details. Have them approve the request. Then, proceed to make the payment for your purchase using the merchant code provided. Confirm the payment. Now, you are well on your way to enjoying your purchase. At your convenience, you can deposit, send, and receive money using CPay while also taking care of your utility bills. CPay, seamless payments.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting
My
Potential,
senior
the
said
art
that
of resourcing
this
and
issue of
skill
people
for
who are
winning
coming
campaigns.
for
Look
the
forward to
rounds
innovative
at night, being the chief
interactive
officers.
sessions with industry
motho ya
trailblazers.
tlang e se le bobedi motho ya ka hodimo ho bana ba
Connect
di-chief
with political
Someone
campaign
who
professionals
coming for that
from
duty
over
should be
26
above the
African
rank of
countries
chief
over
officer.
elections in
hape le batho ba dulang ka ja reteng.
2026.
And again, it should be the
Exclusive
people who are
insights into the latest trends and
residential in the
technology
compound.
driving
Okay, you mean that the officer in charge would be somebody with the rank of chief officer? So they were saying that then people who come for night visits should be people above that rank.
Kapa ya senior ho yeng ya teng mosebetsing moo.
Or the one who is senior to this one is present at work.
Ya banna ke bontsha hore ntho ena e tlo fana ka molomo fela.
And I indicated that we are going to encounter problem with that if they are just saying it verbally.
Empa ka nnete ho no ho be ka nako eno.
But things were bad at that time.
Ke tlile kwa Central, ha ke fihla Central ka
So
so
what happened in Leribe? They stopped.
ho no sa buwe di-rounds.
They were no longer going to the
And they stopped after that.
Ho no ikera fela bana ba dulang ka motse ba ka hodimo ho di-chief officer.
Only those people who are residential in the compound, in the rank above the chief officer.
When you left Leribe, that was the situation.
Now to the rebel and yes, that
Okay,
was
let's come to
the
Maseru.
situation.
Ha ke fihla Maseru mona ke fumana hore ehlile ha ho tluwe.
When I arrived at Maseru, I found that they were not coming at all.
Teng ke ile ka fumana taba tsa hore ntho e ntseng hore o ska ba di-rounds mo hang ke taba ya masole a nang le pele ka sebaka sena.
By this, I got the information that what caused them not to be coming anymore is this issue of the soldiers who are present in this facility.
So it was not necessary for officers to come for night visits because the soldiers were here.
Ha ke mametse e mongwe wa di-superintendent o ne a ba bontsha hore e ka deputy commissioner e nngwe
When I was listening,
ho yena ha tla di-roundseng na go bana ba tla kapa e le motho wa commissioner e bore ntho tse thata fela.
when I heard one superintendent saying that the deputy commissioner commanded him, or told him some complicated things.
He asked him if he was aligned to that commissioner.
E ka e ke motho wa commissioner na o batla hore e bo o tla di-roundseng hobane e le motho wa commissioner e.
As if he wanted to come for the round because he was the person aligned to that commissioner.
But now I wanted you to clarify the issue of the soldiers. Now you are raising something new. I was asking, they didn't come for night visits because they were saying at any rate we already have soldiers who are taking care of security, or what is it that was said about the presence of the soldiers here as far as it relates to night visits?
Ka 2015 kapo 16 makawa 16.
In the 2015 or 16, the beginning,
Ke ha masole ke
Yeah, let me say this. So it's not clear. Masolana bana ba tla counting. Ka bo bana ba ka masola sa tsa le teng a lebela ha o hloka le ho retle. You get my point?
wa ka ra bile ntho tse thata kwa mose.
Yes.
Ha ke tla tloa Central mo ne ke le ka Central ka 2014 15.
I was still a commanding officer at Central 2014-15.
Ke la ka qetella e hlile ho ke tsamaye ke tloe Central ke le wa para le bana ke ETC.
I ended up being expelled here. It was said that I should get away from Central and go to JTC, play with children.
Kana go lo ke ra fela o tla mosebetsing le stress.
At that time, even when you come to work, it was stressful.
Ha e ba ile stress sa o tla mosebetsing le motsheare o re bosiu teng le mo wes.
If it was stressful to come to a workplace being at the daytime, then at night it was even worse.
So you had the soldiers here.
Bana se ba le teng kwano se.
They were present here.
Is it because the relationship between the soldiers and the officers was not good?
Partially, ho no rale go di ofisiri tsa toropong mona tse teng sebetsana masole.
Partially because there were officers, prison officers who were cooperating with the soldiers.
And some had.
Ho na le ba bang ba o tlile motho ke yena a ska ba kena ka jara dia.
But there were some whom they were told not to enter in the compound.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a result of that rift, those that were not told to come didn't come for night visits.
Iya re se ba ena ntweng ya hore jwale motho e mong le mong a itwetse hore atjhe ha ile ho ya mane bosiu teng ha ke tlo qetella ke.
Then the people ended up deciding not to come here at night.
You are talking of a situation before you went to Leribe.
That is correct.
This is the time at which night visits were affected when you had soldiers here.
That is correct.
Did they stop completely or some people still?
Some were still coming. There were those who were coming.
Yes.
When I came back from Liribe, they were not proceeding with rounds.
Jwale teng e se le ntho mona hore ya moholo o bontshitse kapo pele ba commissioner rona ya bontsha hore ho ya di-night visiting e se le ntho mona ya hore motho o etsa double job.
Then the explanation was that the superior, before he became a commissioner, indicated that going for the rounds will be tantamount to double job.
Is it when he was still OC here?
It means
No.
When he was still OC.
I'm saying. Yes, he was.
Yes, it could be that it was at the time when he was officer commanding here.
Okay.
How to repeat the round? How I get up with you? We have
Well, then I suggested that they should proceed with the rounds. If it's a double job, then such an officer, there will be time when we compensate him with the offs. We give him the offs. And that had been so in this manner.
Since that
time, there had only been 2 officers who were coming for the rounds at night.
Meaning you have 2 officers coming for night visits?
Yes.
Yes, that is so.
Who are they?
Senior Superintendent Mulawa.
That is Senior Superintendent Mulawa.
And
the Superintendent Ramawa.
And Superintendent Ramawa.
Where do they stay here?
Yes, they are residential here.
Are they the only ones who are supposed to come?
Right now, the last week when we were proceeding with commission, where there was this circular from the moment we received this circular, each and every officer who has been of a higher rank should come for the rounds. So that it means that after we finished with the commission, I'm going to sit down with them and show to them that now this one does not say other people, it says each and every
But
individual.
what do the rules say? Isn't it when they show ranks that must come for night visits? It's because you are saying it's only 2 that were attending.
Yes, it's not
They were supposed to come.
they supposed to come for night.
The ranking officer should come for the night visits.
Meaning that the secular does not introduce anything new. It is just trying to enforce.
It is just a reminder about the following what was happening there. It is going to be of assistance, of great assistance.
Okay. But are you sure that even now these 2 gentlemen are coming for night visits?
They are coming.
Okay. One other issue that I wanted to ask you about, even before you can be asked questions. You may have heard, as we engaged with Mr. Malau, you'll correct me if my observation is wrong, because it's just my observation. It is that when the two or people who had escaped after their recapture, they were put in punishment cells. They said about a month. They testified, they said about a month. Do you still recall the exact time, or you don't recall?
Kanete hakiko ba mohumbuwa ka 122 inile ha batho wa ka momo wa December ya bana di 6 tsa January fela ke ba interdiction.
I will not go into know it. I'm not in the position to know it, because on the 22nd, it was when they woke up in there. Then on the 6th, January.
The 6th January.
On the 6th of January, I was interdicted.
But
and I returned from interdiction on the 8th of April.
But they were still in punishment cells when you left. I mean, when you left. Okay.
When I left, they were still in the punishment cells, yes.
It would appear that I'm just basing myself on the rules. These punishments, they are the one that are referred to. If you take somebody there, you take him for a spare diet, isn't it?
Yes, that is so lovely, Chair.
Okay. It would appear that before you do that, at least a person must be given a hearing. And the impression that I have, because it's a punishment on its own, the impression that I have is that these people, on the night that they arrived, they were put in punishment cells, and nothing happened subsequently in terms of disciplining them internally. You understand my point?
Okay. But when I felt like I'm back out, by the back over by Batis or come on body punishment, silly. Maybe I live up a woman, Nakwana, how about one mono, how long to ballet, ill by years you are come home, but discipline, no conquer, had any Halemo discipline or who got about Sabana hand.
I just want to make sure that you understand what I mean. Punishment cells, as the name suggests, is actually punishment if you take somebody there. It's punishment on its own. As a result of which a person must be given a hearing, because you would have committed a disciplinary misconduct. Would you know if ever there was any disciplinary process relating to these people? I understand maybe you may have said, okay, a secure place to keep them is punishment cell. I understand, but my worry would be that they spend a month there without having undergone any disciplinary process.
It can say ba ne ba tlameha hore ebe ba ile ba etsa ba tswa ba bitswa ba tseba ditaba tsa bona
I understand that they should have been called in order to be given the hearing. They should know their disciplinary hearings, but except that then their matter had been taken to the court.
Yeah, but you'll agree that one is a separate process. They are there charged criminally, not disciplinary. It's you who has to discipline them here.
Another
thing is that when we put them out of there, we should have looked at the place in which we are again going to put them in.
When we
are going to ensure their safety, because if ever we took them to others to make them mix with other people.
banze ba reka ntle ba tlameha ho kgotsofella ka pelenyana ba kwallwe ha ba keta ho kwallwa be re ho ba tsamaya ho itse jwale ntona ho kwallwa kana go tse ka tse ba sa di lebellang ha ba ntloki ke mphela re hanga ta e nwa le ha sa tshwewe o tla fumana go tliba mo bantse bana ba bang
ya de mona mo fe monyetla please
go pa tshwarelo mo.
More than often, you find that when there have been some inmates who have escaped, you find that when there is a party which goes out to search for the escaped inmates, the rest of the inmates will remain here being locked in. So they do not want this thing that inconveniences their freedom, that they remain being locked in when they should be freed in their times, but you find that they are abandoned here, they are locked up.
I understand. My concern is putting people in punishment cells as a way of punishment, even before you hold a disciplinary process. You understand?
Yeah, go ahead. But I can't have a punishment cell. But for punishment cell, ilu bani wale hote mona kekwa kuweka lefanyona. Vile lonale bafa libabea kamo ka punishment cell. Lipele liukwata batabana le babea fati ho batule case ya bona disciplinary liukwele tlhako la bona le lona jwale le be jwale le tsebo bafa kotlo e tshwanela hale aba mamela pele le ba fa punishment le la ba se le banka fela le ba agela ka mane ka punishment cell.
You get what I'm talking about. It would appear to me that you have your own state here. You have your own state here. But it has rules and regulations to be followed. You understand?
I understand
punishment. But the effect of the matter when they were being taken there, it was not because we were saying that now they are under punishment.
But the treatment they received, the time they spent there, it was not like you are putting them there as just an intermediary mission that, look, the following day I'm going to have a disciplinary hearing against you in 2 days' time. The treatment they received from the time they were put there shows that they were really, that was punishment on its own. They were already being punished.
Has in this punishment in your room?
I believe very well that it was not a punishment. Because I recall very well when I went to see them.
ASP a be teng.
I indicated to my fellow staff members that ASP should always be there when these people are to be opened up for.
E re bana ke re ba ska ba ba hlekefetsa ka hore ebe ha ba hlape kapa ha ba fuwe dijo hantle tse nepahetseng.
It was because I will not say, I was saying that because I was ensuring that they do not ill-treat them, that by that they are not allowing them to take bath or any other means.
And at that
time we were still waiting for those others who had escaped, who were still. And we needed them to be all present so that we will gather them at one place in order to hear them.
But the testimony which they provided, we were put in very cold cells, extremely cold, naked, with just a mattress. That's the testimony they provided. We were put in extremely cold cells with no toilets. We had to use a bucket to relieve ourselves. Then the following day, we were made to bath, take cold shower. We were forced to take very hot, simmering cold, porridge, soft porridge, you understand? That's a consistent testimony which they tendered before the commission. I don't know if you cannot say that was punishment on its own, if that's how all inmates are treated here.
And when I
was instructing that the ASP should be the one who sees that they are opened up for, they eat and they take a bath, the expectation was that they should not be ill-treated whatsoever.
Okay, I'm going to do this out. I'll give you a chance, because now it's like you are saying they were not put there as a way of punishment, but I'm saying they were actually punished. You can go after the proceedings, go and check if you will find any record where there was a disciplinary process for them, even after you left, after you went on interdiction. You can just go and find where these people eventually disciplined, what was their punishment. Yes.
Well, about this soft porridge, I recall the river image talking saying that they were being given this hot soft porridge. I vehemently denied that because this soft porridge is poured in an open basin. So when it is being taken to that place where the inmate is, it would have been cooled down a bit. Some of the things is just an exaggeration. But if you take the soft porridge from the pot, from the cooking pot itself, inside that, from the cooking pot porridge, instantly ordering that inmate to drink it or to eat it, then it will be very hot, it will burn him.
I think the challenge that you have is that maybe you are not there, you don't really know what happened, and you may not be able to dispute what they are saying, even with respect to treatment that they received. But the picture they painted was that these people were already being punished, and the time that they spent in punishment cells, unless if you will tell me that punishment cells are like any other cell that you have here. And I would have thought that even at the time that you testified, you indicated that in punishment cells, you don't have toilets, the people there use
Use
buckets.
buckets, yeah,
Yes, I think you said that at the
That's
time that you testified. So, meaning that if you are in a punishment cell, it's a different cell from other cells, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. One other thing is with regard to isolation. The ones that are in isolation. Even them, the impression that I have is that these people, they are just isolated. I recall a document that was made by Mr. Molawa that that's isolation. It's not punishment as such. It's isolation. But it will appear that in terms of the rules, there must be before you can effect that isolation, a person must be disciplined. But even if you may not discipline him immediately, but immediate steps must be taken to isolate to discipline a person after you put him in isolation, in terms of your own rules. But it's like here you just take people for isolation. You will understand that isolating a person itself, though in your view, is not because you are punishing them. It's a punishment on its own. If you are being isolated from the world, that's a punishment.
Yes, I hear that it is in reference to D block. I remember when I was speaking to Commissioner, I referred to new block.
It
was when you were saying that person was isolated.
But when I maximum,
and I was saying that these people were staying the maximum obeying all the gangsters, and there was no trouble. There was no trouble. They just have isolated them from others because we did not have any other option.
No. Let's just to be clear. I'm not talking about your normal classification, where you'll say these ones are high risk or dangerous, like Manomor. I'm going to put them in a separate block. I'm not talking about that because we have evidence here that other people that are in D block is not necessarily because they are prison gang members. That's not the reason why they were taken there. Let's start with the very first person that you took there, Sihle. He might be Lenomoro, but he said he's not practicing it in Lesotho. But the truth is, he was taken there after stabbing Majara, isn't it? That's the main reason why you took him there, not that he was Lenomoro. Mahase, for instance, he was taken there after he was caught with tobacco, isn't it? And other people.
That is correct.
So all I'm saying is these people who you didn't take there because you were saying, because you were fulfilling the requirements of classification, but you took them there, is a form of isolating them from the rest of other inmates because of disciplinary conduct. It will appear that in terms of the rules, they must be disciplined.
Yeah, well, I think here, I think here we have not been evicted, or we have been reckless because we delayed in dealing with this thing.
Petty offenses.
And myself as a person, this confuses me because even the people who have been convicted with petty offenses, they have been taken there, they have been thrown in there. But when we first started discussing the block that it had to be opened, We indicated that since we took them out of that place where they were,
maximum.
which is maximum,
Centrally,
in order to control this central for them to stop this daily troubles. We should not classify by what we were doing before that. We knew this one was a gangsters or this one was doing that. It will be a person with, against his deeds, his actions. When I saw that, I realized that even those who have been caught with tobacco, they are being taken to D block. It confused me, but then I did not have any other way. Ever since the establishment of the commission, there was no time I ever rested. I never even had time to take those cases and review them.
Okay. One other thing, what you have just said a minute ago, it confuses me a little bit when you said that you will not necessarily take people to Block D because they are gang members, but based on what the offenses that they would have committed. Initially, when you testified, it was like you took Manomoro from maximum to D block. But later on, it transpired that the very first person that you took there sickly, it was not because he was a gang member. The question that I was going to ask you was if you took Manomoro to D block, but it would appear you are saying you didn't take Manomoro to D block, was why do you still have them in other blocks? I'm asking this question because as we are watching video footage, I think it's the cells on the right-hand side. You would have seen they were all closed. It was like no one was staying there. I'm saying by the 22nd December, it was like no, they were not occupying, but the ones on the left-hand side were occupying. I was going to ask you, if that is used for Manomoro, why do you still have some of them in other blocks? Why not take them there? At least if you are not able to take all of them there, your justification would be you don't have sufficient space.
You see,
this Manomoro such as Sikle, whom you say that is not a Lenomoro.
No, I'm not saying he is not. I'm not saying he is not. Okay. He didn't dispute that he is, but not in Lesotho. In Lesotho prisons, I don't practice that. He didn't dispute that he is, but he said, here in Lesotho, I don't practice that.
Yeah, this one, he is the person who practices in this facility. Because even when he stepped to this other one with a knife, it was this issue of over the boys. And when I talked with him, he said that it was because I did not know, and he was not telling the truth.
But you get where my point is. It's not necessarily on Sikle, it's on the testimony that you provided. I was saying, initially when you testified, it was like you took Manomoro to D block. But then we discovered that the very first person that you took there, the reason why you took him there, it was not because he was Lenomoro. It was because of what he had done. And then as the proceedings proceeded, and we understood that there are still other Manomoro in other blocks. And they said so. People like Tloriso, people like Sparta, they didn't dispute when you said, what is your number? Sparta said 26, Tloriso said 28. And even Mahasa said, no, we have Manomoro all over this prison. And the question the question is, why haven't you taken them to those cells that seemed vacant in Block D?
Well, our argument was that we should take them there if ever there is something, because our intention is for them to rehabilitate from those This is why I said, no, we are not saying, no, you are a member of these gangsters and then we are taking you to D.
So can we say, Nadamanaga, it's because evidence that was provided when it was like D was reserved for Manomoro. Can we say now that D is not for Manomoro? And at some stage I recall you were saying it's for their leaders. Can we now say that, no, D is not for Manomoro? People go there based on the graffiti of offenses they would have committed.
How graffiti are into
And these things that you are mentioning when you are saying the graffiti of the act, they are done by this Manomo.
But what I understand is that even a person who is not a Lenomoro, you will take him there based on the offense you have committed. That's what I'm saying. Can we say, is it your evidence that, look, if ever you understood me to have said D Block was dedicated for Manomoro, you were wrong. D Block, we take inmates there based on the graffiti of the offenses that they have committed. Because I'm saying, initially, what we had understood you to be saying, because we asked about all these blocks, what is this block for? We had understood you to be saying, D Block is for Manomoro. When you came back when you arrived here from Leribe, they were at maximum, but then you took them to D Block. But as I'm saying, later on, as we were proceeding, that changed to say it's for the leaders of prison gangs. But today you are saying, no, it's not Manomoro. We take people based on their actions to D Block. That's what I'm saying. Did we not understand you well earlier on?
What
is
maximum?
Because these inmates when they are being taken from maximum, when the number was being banded, they came to Central, not in D. They were mixed with all these others. And then we addressed them and said that, no, we are mixing with all these people because we do not expect that you proceed with this, your violent acts which you are doing in the maximum.
I understand that. What do you use D Block for?
Yeah, well, everybody says it is that after the commission, now we should revisit it again.
But at least as a leader, you can be able to say, my intention of D Block was this. Though I'm now, of late, I'm aware that now something else is happening.
Actually, the intention was that those Manomo who seemed to be proceeding with this, their gangsterism act, they should be passed on to D.
Only Manomoro.
Ke bona mofuta wa batho otlhe mo tshwenyang o tla fora di ntse di ba bona manomoro.
Don't leave Manomoho because these are the kinds of people who are troublesome because all this violence and fights are caused by this Manomoho.
Now you are saying that it is no longer used for that purpose. Even people with petty offenses, they are taken there.
Ke hona ke thoma ka ke re le nna ke le tsena ba ila ka di fitla ba ipogele ka fona wa tshi e seng
This is why I am saying that when I arrived in April, then I found that now it confuses me.
Now we'll go back and check your testimony and what you are saying now, Mr. Manaka, on this issue. The other issue that I wanted your clarification on, I think we have dealt with these issues, is with respect to the rules, the prison rules. I just want your confirmation because they have several positions here which one may not readily understand. I know Commissioner Tulo may be helpful, but I also want your input. You understand?
Yeah.
Do you still have? You have director, and in my understanding now, director is commissioner, isn't it?
That is correct.
And superintendent, in terms of the rules, is it not the one? Is it not yourself?
That is so.
Okay. And then we have it's confusing. We have jailer. Who is jailer in terms of your current ranks? Then we have senior jailer. Okay.
A junior officer.
Then senior jailer.
Senior jailer, it confuses me.
You don't know who senior jailer is. You don't know. You just know Okay. Okay. No, it's understandable. I'm sure the questions that I have for you, really clarifications based on previous evidence. Commissioners, do you have questions or should we allow it? Cross examination? Yes. Yes.
I humbly request that
Okay, what is it for?
This bucket. I was going to demonstrate what when we refer to the inmate. Here are the reports. I wish they convinced the officers that they should buy the tobacco for them so that they will not allow these reports to come. You see, the inmates, there are such people whom even when you would have been assaulted by an officer, when he comes to testify before here to testify, and he will say, no, this officer has never assaulted me.
Ko go lwana ke nna ntse ke tshwa ke re ha ho so ka ba le e mong mohlomphehi wa ka ya ka tshwaka mohlomong ha ke re the honorable prime minister ha e se ka ba yena kapa motlotli ya ile ya tlo tshwara ena ditaba tsa ka di fumana di ka fapana tse wena o di fumana tsatsing.
Then even if someone comes to head this commission, maybe the prime minister or his majesty, maybe some other person, he will get a different story from what they have given you.
You mean 90% of inmates who came here and said they were assaulted, they will say, no, this officer's never assaulted us.
Or they will even exaggerate.
No, we understand your point. I know that the person who bought this tobacco already wanted it. I honestly don't think it is necessary for them to be exhibited, but it's on record. We will note it that what happened. That at some stage some inmates wanted to to take advantage of officers who they alleged had assaulted them. One last thing that I wanted to ask you, Roy had said, I'm done with questions. It relates to tobacco. Why was tobacco in the first place allowed? Because your own rules do not allow that. Who allowed it in the first place?
It's not allowed.
No.
It is smuggled. It has been smuggled in. It is not allowed.
The impression I got was that they were allowed to smoke at some stage.
Previously?
Yes.
Yes, that is so.
I was saying who allowed them, because it would appear that prison rules do not allow that themselves. They already didn't allow it.
They were already smoking when I arrived here.
Okay. You can go ahead.
That thing about the workshop and okay. That issue of the workshop and repair of cars, I would like you to elaborate. How does it work normally? I understand it is a workshop for inmates to practice their skills or to learn something. Can you? How does it work?
When
I arrived here, you see, I did not even know what was happening about it because there was nothing. The property which they were using in there belonged to its owner.
So they were allowed to repair cars.
That is correct.
Then what is so bad about your car being repaired there?
There's nothing wrong if my car will be repaired in there.
Yeah, it's because you are implying that some people who don't like you were now accusing you of taking your car there.
Well, you
did not understand me when it was when I was relating to that story of Sihle. That an inmate had been taken out of it because he was going to repair my vehicle, and I said no.
Oh, so you the impression I got was as if you were now regretful that you took your car there.
No, not that, Mhlubi.
Okay.
Sihle nana fela motho wa re mtshuye ka di hobane fela ya ile thatuwa tsiaka a lo mbusetsa koloi.
Sihle was suggesting that that inmate had been taken out of it because he was my favorite, so I released him so that he will repair my vehicle.
And then you are denying that.
And then I was denying that there was no inmate who had been taken out of it to repair my vehicle. And then I was asked the question as to whether my vehicle was not being repaired there, and I said no, they used to fit in the pads for my vehicle.
Okay, so you are not regretful. Okay.
No, that is so. That is so.
Now, about this man Sihle, you call him some other name.
Scansi.
Scans. Okay.
Yeah, well, it is Scansi. Sihle is a nickname.
We saw on a footage in Block D. Was it Block D? When he was searched outside his cell, and then he took his articles inside the cell. At that time, he was normal, he was closed normally. And then later, in the same footage, he was now being beaten on the corridor, and he was now naked. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
About this one, I watched it and it was said that I was reflected, and that was all.
I thought you said you don't dispute that he was assaulted, but all you were saying was be careful, he might have exaggerated.
No, don't be long.
Mr. You were worried that he exaggerated.
Okay. No, thank you. Now, this escape on the 21st December night. What is your personal opinion about the prisoners going through the fence? I know you testified early in May when we first started, but now I want to confirm with you about your personal opinion. Do you think those people actually jump through the fence? 6 of them.
This is running my mind for a very long time. Even now, it is still running my mind. This is why I come back here to say now, this thing has been facilitated. I still deny that these people jumped the fence. You see, as we are looking at it, the way that fence is barbed there on top, there should have been some thread of the clothing. Even then, when you look at their legs, they were still well. There should have been some cuts where maybe you see that the fence had cut it through the flesh.
So that is your personal opinion.
Kim, this is my personal view.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Say, as you went through the ranks, was it brought to your attention that leadership is a thankless job? Whether you do right things or you do good things, you will be criticized. Are you aware of that?
You are the one who did all these things.
So you have answered it before.
I remember when it was at the time I was going to head at Putin when you said those words.
Mr. Managa, I have been alerted. It could be the commissioner is going to ask a very important things that are going to be helpful to the commission. But then I've been alerted to the fact that there is a point where you missed that would be the son-in-law. Remind me, evidence leader. Mr. Nokesue would want to challenge some aspects of your testimony. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So in that event, I wouldn't want Commissioner to be accused of anything. So I think you better not ask you questions. That should be enough. You understand? Because we have said that wherever the son-in-law is involved, in order to protect him, he shouldn't ask you questions. He wasn't aware, but I've been alerted to that fact. As they are fetching him evidence, do you have any question?
Yes, Chair. Let's look into your responsibility in terms of making sure that the search that was conducted here by the recruits had to be done well, properly. I know last week I showed you a letter. Actually, it's a circular number 40 of 2019. It was introduced before the commission by Mr. Chobokwani. Yes. Where I will read the relevant part, which I would like you to deal with. It says, in Maseru Central Correctional Institute, Leribe and Malesuku, searching teams will be established and be endorsed as such. Did you find that letter?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. Was it applicable on the 22nd December 2023?
Applicable.
No, it was not applicable. It was not applicable at that time. But from there, when this these teams that are referred to, these teams were still in existence. Mhalsu Swat was present. It was the one who contacted themselves. Everywhere Swat was present, it was doing that job. When in Maseru, the same way there was Swat which was doing this job.
Kana kwenu ini hetuwe ke ndate esele retired.
At that time, it was headed by the officer who is in retirement now.
Senior assistant commissioner.
That is senior assistant commissioner.
Semadali.
Mhm. When we went to search at Leribe,
let me, we shouldn't be, maybe we should focus here in Maseru. You say, well, this circular was not applicable during that period.
Yes, that's so.
And Mr. Kogani said there has not been any that replaces this one. Therefore, it remains applicable.
Yeah,
well, I was just trying to explain as to what was happening. At the time when he went to search at Leribe, he took the SWAT team from Maseru and Mahalisuk. He went to Leribe to use them in searching, and then he would complete the When he comes to Maseru, then in the same way he will take those from Leribe and Mahalisuk, and they will join here, the officers here at Maseru, and they will search and finish. You see, here in Maseru, when he used this, our SAT alone, they suggest to search one block of, in a day, and then that will be all.
Well, my understanding of his evidence is this. You had requested to be assisted by the recruits.
That is correct.
And that was acceptable to the commandant.
That was acceptable.
But they were coming here to assist you. You were still the one to be at the forefront with your team.
I did not have. I only had people who were assistant to do. I only had people who were assistant to do that job, not a team.
Yes, was this communicated to the commandant that, well, I don't have a team, be aware?
Yeah, well, his people came on the 24th of November, and at that time they were coming for practicals. We gave them the people who accompanied them in order to see that the things are run smoothly. And even on the 22nd. We really believed now that they are knowledgeable as to how to conduct this job, but then we still had people who were present to guide them. But then they were not in the great numbers as we had that those people who had escaped.
I would have thought that Mr. Managa accepted that he was responsible for research. He was in charge for research. Is it CSTS had provided him with a resource? Whether he had standing teams as envisaged by the circular or not, is it still material once he has accepted that, look, I accept I was in charge, and there were people from my side who ought to have been in charge?
Okay. That is the understanding, you confirm? You had people from this side, CSTS has provided you with human resource to do the job. Okay. just the last one, but it's not that material. Besides health reasons, why is tobacco prohibited? Is there any other reason?
Coming